Sabnis sir to please welcome Dr. Raman Singh sir. Big round of applause, please. Thank you. I request now Dr. Manisha ma'am to please welcome Dr. Mukund Sabnis sir. Now I request Dr. Raman Singh sir to kindly deliver his keynote express. The topic that he'll be speaking will be the role of Pharmacopoeia Commission for Indian medicine and homeopathy for maintaining quality traditional medicines in our country. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. The distinguished personalities on the dash, off the dash, my colleague and dear students, good afternoon to all of you. My presentation on this occasion here at Ausat Manakam at Jodhpur is based on the drugs transition, what the Pharmacopoeia Commission for Indian Medicine and Homeopathy we are doing there for the purpose of this, not only for the Ayurveda but also for the traditional medicines. And as you all know that the quality of any drug, either it is a allopathic drugs or it is a traditional medicine drug, including our Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha or homeopathy, they all depends on the standards for which the pharmacopoeias are available. Like for allopathic medicines, there is Indian Pharmacopoeia. Likewise for our Ayurveda API and other, like for Siddha, Unani, homeopathy also. And as per the requirement of our Drugs and Cosmetic Act and rules thereunder, it is mandatory requirements for all the stakeholders, either it is a government laboratory or the private sector laboratory, that they have to check their, test their drugs accordingly as per given in the Pharmacopoeia and standards. So you can understand that what is the role of the pharmacopoeias for the purpose of maintaining the quality. As you know that already we are very behind, more than 1 hour behind, so I will present this presentation as fast as I can. You know that in 1970 and 1975, even at the time of where 1965, only the Central Indian Pharmacopoeia Laboratory was established in the Ghaziabad, and that Indian Pharmacopoeia has taken care of not only the allopathic drugs but also of these Ayurvedic and traditional medicines drugs. But later on in 1970, it is separated, and under the Ayush department, two laboratories, that is, one is HPL, Homeopathic Pharmacopoeia Laboratory, and another is PLIM, that is Pharmacopoeia Laboratory for Indian Medicine, and is formed in 1970 and 1975. And they are the key pillars who are doing the drug standardization in the Ghaziabad. And in 2007, these both laboratories are shifted in a new buildings in the same campus where now PCIM&H is located. So that is the previously the councils of our Ayush Ministry, like our CCRAS, CCRUM, CCRH for homeopathy, and also CCRS of Siddha. They all are helping for these two laboratories and making all the standards. But later on in 2010, one autonomous commission was formed, that is called PCIM, Pharmacopoeia Commission for Indian Medicine. And later on in 2014, homeopathy was added in that, being an autonomous. Finally, in 2020 onwards, under the Ministry of Ayush, Government of India had decided to merge all these three entities of PLIM, HPL, and the autonomous PCIM&H. And now it is a subordinate office under the Ayush Ministry as a Pharmacopoeia Commission for Indian Medicine and Homeopathy. We have these two pockets, total 3 pockets. In pocket 1 was previous the HPL building, and the pocket 2 is the previous PLIM building, and now they are the part of PCIM&H. And also we have a national garden for very old plants of our herbal medicines at pocket 3. Total about 6.5 acre land we have in these 3 pockets, and about more than 8,000 square meter is the build-up area in these 2 pockets of pocket 1 and pocket 2, where pocket 1 has the well-equipped chemistry laboratory, microbiology, pharmacognosy, and pharmacology sections, and pocket 2 has phytochemistry, museum, herbarium, and pharmacognosy sections. And also pocket 3 is a medicinal plant garden. We have 3 medicinal plant gardens. Just behind of the building in pocket 1, we have the homeopathic ducks, exotic species plant garden, and also ASU plant gardens in pocket 2. As far as resources, we have the different modern instrumentation like UPLC, what was UPLC, AS, 3 HPTLCs, ICP-OS for heavy metals, GCMS, and recently we are going to install the GCMS also. And in the pharmacognosy, we have different microscope, which are using for the macroscopic and microscopic, and even for the powder microscopy. Our vision is to be a nodal agency for the establishing the quality standards for the drugs of Indian system of medicine and homeopathy. As you know, nowadays, Indian system of medicines take care not only the Ayurvedic, Unani, Siddha, but also the Savrikar is added just last year. And our mission is to formulate the quality standards for these drugs which are used as a traditional medicines, and also to act as the central drug testing cum appellate laboratory. Previously, we have tested all type of samples, including homeopathy, which we have received from the different stakeholders of states authorities, but now only the appeal samples came to us. As of organization chart, you can see that we have different sections like Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani, and homeopathy in PCIM&H. In pharmacognosy, we have a repository, museum, and herbarium, and medicinal plant gardens. In chemistry also, we have repository, sophisticated instrumentation, wet chemistry laboratory, along with microbiology and pharmacology section also. And we have also developed the R&D cells, quality assurance cells, training cells, and IT cells, etc. So our objective is major the 3 objectives. First one is the development of quality standards for these drugs and formulations of Indian system of medicine and homeopathy. Then to develop the formularies also for Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani, to revise, update and amend the published Pharmacopoeia and these formularies time to time wherever needed necessary, and to publish the compendia supplementary for these Pharmacopoeia and formularies of traditional medicines. Also, we act as the apex laboratory as a CDL for the purpose of testing for these ASU&H drugs, and we are imparting the capacity building training also for drug regulatory authorities to the personnel engaged in the quality control and also in the for these traditional medicines, and to nurture and promote the awareness of quality assurance of drug formulations of these traditional medicines. The third one is already repositories, that is the reference raw material needed for our these standards, and also the reference chemical markers in the laboratory. So likewise, our key 4 services, you can see that to acting as a CDL and as a appellate laboratory for these traditional medicines, for publication of these pharmacopoeia and formularies for ASU&H, to impart the capacity building training programs for the stakeholders, either it is government stakeholders or private stakeholders, and to maintain the BRS and PRS in the laboratory. And under the capacity building training programs, previously we have given the training to the only the drug regulatory authorities like drug inspectors and the government list of the this ASU&H systems. But now we have started for other quality control personnel and manufacturers, and also for the academia. And now the CEOs, the managers, and also the other professors of different universities and colleges, they are coming to us and taking the trainings which we have conducted quarterly, that is after every 3 months. As you know that the purpose of developing the standards, we have 4 subcommittees. That is one for Ayurveda Pharmacopoeia subcommittee, like Siddha Pharmacopoeia subcommittee, Unani Pharmacopoeia subcommittee, and also the Homeopathic Pharmacopoeia subcommittee. And whatever matter has been discussed and finalized, the monographs to be published, this goes to our Pharmacopoeia committee, that is PC, and finally our scientific advisory board has approved all the matters. As far as the composition of concern, you know that Professor MC Sharma sir, who was here also in the morning, he is the chairperson, and we have the different members from the, not only from the different councils of our Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani and homeopathy, but also the stakeholders from the government sectors and also from the academia and from the private stakeholders also. They are the member of scientific advisory board. Like for Pharmacopoeia committee, we have chairman from South, Dr. Prakash Hegde, and the members are from the different academic institutes, from the government sectors and also from the private stakeholders. Likewise for Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia subcommittee, we have chairman Professor Galib, Dr. Galib from the All India Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi, and different stakeholders, both from the private sector and also from the government sector and from the different academic institutes. Like for Siddha, we have the chairman Padma Shri Dr. V.G. Veluchami, and most of the members are from the Tamil Nadu, at that reason where Siddha people are available from the different council and different colleges and different stakeholders of the Siddha, either it is of government institutes or private institutes. Likewise for Unani Pharmacopoeia, we have chairman Padma Shri Dr. Professor M.A. Wahid sir, and the members are from the different stakeholders of private sector and government sectors and different academic sections. For homeopathy, we have chairman of Padma Shri Professor V.K. Gupta from Delhi, and the different members from homeopathic councils, homeopathic institutes from the government sector and private sector also, and also from the different academic institutes and universities. So likewise, you can see that 4 pharmacopoeia which we have published, like for API for Ayurveda, SPI for Siddha, Unani Pharmacopoeia of India, and also the Homeopathic Pharmacopoeia of India, and 3 formularies, that is for AFI, SFI and NFUM for Unani, that we are responsible to publish. In a pharmacopoeial monograph, I think you all know that is the purpose of the standard is to, as per our DNC Act, it is a requirement for the identity, purity and strength. For you have to check the quality as per the requirement given in the pharmacopoeia. And the part of different sections of our standard is that botanical identification we have provided in the standards. Then various physicochemical parameters are also given in that standards. And also the assay of elements or functional groups or marker compounds if available with us. That also the part of the our standards nowadays. Whether it is different modern analytical instruments using HPTLC, GC, that we have provided, because you know that nowadays if we want to make our standards at par with any other international standards, then we have to show that we have scientifically evaluated monographs in our different pharmacopoeias. These are the criteria for inclusion of these drugs to our in the different pharmacopoeias, that these drugs which are available in the authoritative books as per our first schedule of the DNC Act. They can be a part of our pharmacopoeia. But also the specific recommendation of our Ministry of Ayush and also to the advisory board on drugs which are widely practiced, evidence-based research drug for health emergencies, but not included in the above mentioned books, they can also be the part of that. Likewise, example for the Ayush Gatha at the time of COVID-19, we have added 3 monograph and also 3 formularies for that. And also the list of national essential medicines of Ayush, that can also be part of our pharmacopoeia. You can see some pictures of these 4 pharmacopoeia of Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani and homeopathy, and also 3 formularies. And also we have published 2 atlas. One atlas for TLC atlas for the purpose of drugs available in our API part 1, volume 1 and volume 3. They have already published, and the second one is also ready, and maybe in this month we are going to print and publish another second volume of this atlas of TLC. And also we have published the macro and microscopic atlas of pharmacopoeial drugs by our pharmacognosy team as a part of API volume 1 and volume 5, and another is in the pipeline, and that may be published in next 2 months. So I think all you know that what are the outlines of any ASU pharmacopoeial monograph, either it is a single drug monograph or compound formulations. That title has to be provided in that. Then definition, classical name as per the text, name in other regional and English language, description, macroscopic identification, microscopic identification, then powder microscopy identification, and also the diagram with self-explanatory captions. That is also we are providing in our standards nowadays. And identification by TLC or SA, they are all those also the part of our pharmacopoeial monographs. Then the phytochemical reference standards, if available, that also we are providing in the standards now. And physicochemical analysis by the different methods, that also the part of the standards. And the limits of heavy metals, pesticide residue, aflatoxins, microbial contamination, that also needed as per the requirement of our WHO guidelines. And finally, in the dose and properties and actions and important formulations, if any, that also be the part of that monograph. Likewise, for compound formulations, the title, definition, formulation of composition, that is given, then method of preparation, description, identification, powder microscopy, chromatography, if available, that, and physicochemical parameters and assay is provided in the compound formulation also. And if the other requirements like the heavy metals, toxic metals, microbial contaminations, that also be a part of the standard. And in the last, the dose of that. So finally, you can see that organoleptic properties will take care by color, odor, taste and textures in the monograph. Pharmacognostic properties is taken care by the macroscopic, microscopy and powder microscopy. And physicochemical parameters will take care by foreign matters, moistures like ash and acid and soluble ash, extractive values, etc. And also the qualitative and quantitative by any chromatographic techniques like TLC, GC or HPLC. And also other safety limits like heavy metals, aflatoxins, microbial load and pesticide residue, they also we have taken care in our monographs. So you can see one picture that for that botanical identification we have digital microscope in our laboratory, and these type of diagrams we have produces now in our atlas, and these type of pictures which are produced in the laboratory are the part of that standards provided in that atlas. And also in case of TLC atlas, you can see there's chromatograms, different chromatograms, even the part of the that drug that also be the we are providing in the atlas. And we have 3 HPTLC for that purpose of making for the purpose of this standardization. And for the purpose of pesticide residue analysis, we have GCMS in the laboratory. ICP is for the heavy metals like mercury, cadmium, lead, and arsenic limits as per the WHO requirements. Our monographs also have a part of different aflatoxins like B1, B2, and G1, G2 as per the limits given in the WHO guidelines. And also the limit of microbial contamination is taken care by the total microbial plate counts, yeast and molds, and also the absence of Staphylococcus, Salmonella, Pseudomonas, and E. coli species. So you can say that as per the WHO guidelines, which required the well-documented traditional use of any monograph which has to be part of any international pharmacopoeia, and the standardization base should be on the chemical markers, activity profile should be given, medicinal point should be free from the pesticide and heavy metals, and safety and stability studies also has to be taken care in that standards. So likewise, our API part 1, volume 8 and 9, they have taken care of all these parameters, and now we can say that we are at par with any other international pharmacopoeia, either it is of WHO or it is of the European pharmacopoeia, except in the case of only the radioactive residues. All parameters we have complied. So till now, as far as API and formally publication concerned, we have published single drug monographs of Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia of India in last 8 volumes, wherein not only the plant drugs but also the metals, animals, they have as a standards we have published more than 600 monographs in that. And also in case of part 2, that is compound formulations, more than 200 monographs published till now. And in case of Ayurvedic Formulary of India, more than 1,000 monographs are published in our formulary, and which have the veterinary formularies also. In 2022 we have published. In case of Siddha, we have already published 2 volumes for single drugs, and more than about 140 are published. And also in case of Siddha formulary, about 248 standards published in Tamil version 2 formularies. In case of Unani Pharmacopoeia publication, about 300 monographs are published in 6 volumes since 1998 to 2009. And in case of compound formulations, more than 200 monographs published from 2009 to 2019. In case of the formulary for this Unani medicines, more than 1200 monographs published since 1984 to 2011. And in case of HPI, more than 1,100 monographs published for homeopathic pharmacopoeia in 10 volumes. And volume 11 is also ready, and in this month we are going to publish that HPI also. So you can see that we are also going to develop the pharmacological research laboratory in our institutes. And as far as in vitro studies, you can see that advanced computational molecular modeling software for docking and molecular dynamic studies, for in silico studies that we have started in the institute. And some latest achievement, you can see that first time our API, means Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia of India, get recognized last year in the Swiss Medic Agency at Switzerland. That the association of doctors there at Switzerland, they have written to us, and we have sent them our TLC atlas, and all the monographs which are scientifically proved by these atlas, they get recognized. And accordingly, the part 2 formulations and volume 1, 2007 to 2004, means 3 volumes which published since 2007 to 2017, they now get recognized by the Swiss Medic. and also the total 41 API monograph and more than 200 formulation monographs get recognized. And as already also the AFI Part 1 and Part 3, which were published in 2003 and 2010, they also get recognized by the Swiss meeting first time. As you know that nearby countries like Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bangladesh, they are already using these traditional medicinal pharmacopoeia. And we are in the dialogue with different countries like Malaysia, Singapore, UAE, Serbia, Switzerland, even the Russia and Japan also. In coming days, maybe very soon, all over these pharmacopoeias going to be recognized by these countries. First time it has happened last year that all these pharmacopoeia and formularies get a place in the WHO index of world pharmacopoeias and pharmacopoeial authorities. So you can see whenever you will visit this WHO website. Now we are also the part of that. Just 2 years ago in 2022 onwards, we are the NABL accredited, that is ISO 17025, which is a requirement for the any laboratory for quality purpose. And it is not only for the pharmacognosy, but all our sections, including the chemistry, microbiology, pharmacognosy, they are now NABL accredited in the laboratory. Also, we are the first institute of our Ayush Ministry who get this integrated management system, that is ISO 9001 for the quality management system, 14001 for the environmental management system, and also the occupational health and safety management system, that is 45001. So that is provided to us by the Bureau of Indian Standard, and these are the certificates, all the 3 certificates for that. First time last year we have started online selling of the pharmacopoeia, and I think in that case also we are the first that even the single monograph you can purchase by your mobile, and by giving all your this Bharat Kosh, when using your debit card or credit card, you can buy any single monograph also. And very soon we are going to give that not only the single but full of the available volumes and pharmacopoeia will be the you can buy this. Also, first time it has happened last year when Dr. Somani Saab is here, and he is the instrumental for that purpose. That first time for the purpose of our API and AFI, we have released these 2 amendment lists, that whatever type of mistake or any other relevant mistakes stakeholders written to us, that get clarified, and now we have published for that. At the time of our foundation day, we have signed 2 MOU, one with the Shri Krishna Ayurveda University at Kurukshetra, and another is with the Jamia Hamdard University, for that purpose that all the students, PG students or other PhD students get benefited by the services and instrumental facilities available with us, and also our scientists will with them. And in the pipeline, you know that in this month we are going to sign MOU with the MIT University, and also very soon with the All India Institute of Ayurveda and NIA Jaipur. And also maybe in the December we are going another 2 MOU with the CMAP Lucknow and NBRI Lucknow, which are the CSIR laboratories for the purpose of our making standards at par with any other international standards. So we are conducting that capacity building training programs every 3 months quarterly, and the purpose is that all the drug regulators authorities, state drug testing laboratories, drug manufacturers, even the principals and head of the institutes of different colleges, professors, they are attending this hands-on training program, 5 days training program. And under this capacity building training program, the purpose is to understand, to educate these stakeholders regarding the standardization of and quality control of these ASU&H. And till now, about 8 training programs we have conducted in last 2 years. You can see some pictures of that. And you know that homeopathic college students regularly visiting to us every 2nd or 3rd day. But now we have started for Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani colleges and universities also. And you can see that more than 1,500 or 2,000 students regularly visiting to us. We have also testing the port and legal drug samples along with these samples which came to us by the court also. And 2 years ago, we have conducted one international training program for these WHO 0 countries, like 23 participants from 9 countries like Bhutan, Indonesia, India, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Nepal, Maldives, Timor-Leste, Bangladesh. They have participated. And recently, last week, the other team from the PTAC, that is Traditional and Alternative Healthcare Institutes of Philippines, they have visited. Total 6 persons came to us, 2 from FDA of Philippines and 4 from that laboratory, and they have taken this hands-on training program of weekly. That was the second training programs. I also visited the PTAC Institute just last year, along with the officials of NIA Jaipur. Last year, also from the WHO headquarters, Dr. Rudy Eggers visited with us along with our one technical officer, and they wanted that our institute has to be potential for the purpose of making a training center, that is a collaborative training center of WHO, for not only for the training but also for the quality control of the ASU industries, traditional medicines. So at the time of COVID, we have already published these 6 standards, 3 for our Pharmacopoeia standards and 3 for formulary standards for Ayush Katha Churna and Ayush Kutirna Churnam and Ayush Safai Joshanda for Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani. Time to time we have conducted different seminar and symposium and training programs in the institute, and till now I think more than 60 programs we have conducted for Ayurveda, for homeopathy, for Unani and for Siddha and different sections. We are having the oldest museum of homeopathic drugs, and whenever you will visit our students, that even more than 1,000 samples are available with this museum, because we have the garden just behind of our Rocket One, and all these plants grown in our campus, and accordingly we have started the seed bank for these medicinal plants. So more than 100 endemic and exotic species are available with us, and whenever you will visit our website, you can see that you can purchase also. We have started selling these plants seeds also. As far as we have also given the responsibility for RRDR project by the NMPB, where National Medicinal Plant Board has given one project of RRDR and another is for National Herbal Garden. And till now, in just last 2 years, we have more than 350 species we have collected and provided the details to the NMPB, and more than 250 monographs we have prepared for and provided to them, and reference standards are available with us for these plants. You can see some glimpses of this repository, and whenever you will visit, see that total 500 species is the target of us in just next 2 years also. Our team has made one software also, which is using by all the RRDRs and National Raw Data Repositories of the NMPB. You can see some glimpses when our Joint Secretary CEO of NMPB, they have visited for different symposium and seminars which we have conducted time to time, and training programs. The survey cum collection tour of medicinal plants, they have visited not only to these Gangetic plant region, that is UP, Bihar and West Bengal, but also they have visited different area like in the south Nilgiri forest area, in UK that is Chamoli and Teri Garhwal, and also Churu area in the Rajasthan. So more than even 400 species are available nowadays in our herbal garden, and you can see these facilities. And all the plants have given this type of digitization plates, and by your mobile you can take all the related information of these plants, that where it is used, and not only in the one system of Ayurveda, but whether it is used in other systems also. We have the greenhouse and polyhouse in the campus, and the facilities of this temperature and humidity control, and all the plants which are Himalayan based plants, that also we are going to grown in this polyhouse. This is the picture where we have developed the Navgraha Vatika and Nakshatra Vatika, when our previous state minister of union, they visited along with our chairman sir and our secretary Ayush, Professor Rajesh Koteja sir, and they have inaugurated this Vatika. We have given this responsibility of one OHO under the OHS, that is one herb, one standard. That's if any one herb is used not only in a one system of medicines but also either other like Siddha, Unani or homeopathy, that will be a part of our new pharmacopoeia which we have developed, and 50 monographs are already prepared, and maybe we are just waiting for the green signal because everything is ready, and maybe within this month or next month we are going to publish and release this PCIM&H pharmacopoeia also. Also, we are the part of the BIS development program of quality standards for traditional medicines, as our secretary is the chairman of that council of this Ayush Division Council of for traditional medicines, and myself also the member of that council, and different scientists, 2 to 3 scientists are the members in these 4 sectional committees of Ayurveda, Siddha, Unani and homeopathy. So what I told that API part 2 volume 5 having the 21 formulations, they are already cleared by our scientific advisory board, and this month we are going to publish this API. Another is the pipeline, this is volume 11, that also will be in the printing, and UPI is also prepared and under the printing. Also the HPI is ready, and maybe next month we are going to publish this HPI also, and 2 formularies of the Siddha in Tamil version, they will also going to publish very soon, maybe in December. And in the March we are going to publish this Unani formulary also, which is almost ready and going to take the green signals from the SAB in the next month. So you can see that our research and review articles, we have published the research articles in Spring Hill journals also, by the PubMed journals also, and 3 of the research articles in the pipeline. Some glimpses you can see that our previous cabinet minister Sarvanand Sonowal, and also the state minister Manjura Bhai, Mahendra Bhai Kalu Bhai, who visited our institutes more than 4 to 5 hours, and whole day they have visited to us and planted. Our future planning is that very soon we are going to make one mobile tool on the AI based, that by your mobile you can see all the information, not on in India but internationally, what is the name of that plant and whether it is used for medicinal value and all that we are planning. And also we are developing one portal that in different we have different committees, subcommittees, and for our scientific advisory board, that all the matters which we have discussed, that other stakeholders can be also make a part of that and write to us, and they will be instrumental for making our standards at par with any other international standards. Another project is going on of landscaping and redevelopment of our herbal gardens, which may be finished in the next month. And whenever you will visit, you will see that how we are going to develop even these higher altitude medicinal plants in our polyhouse. We have already proposed one new state-of-art laboratory in the same campus, having the G+4 buildings in the about more than 2,000 square meter area for the purpose of our testing purpose and also purpose of standardization of these traditional medicines. And also we have given the proposal for establishing the PRS laboratory in our institute, and it is also going to be giving the green signal very soon. It is in active mode. In the area of our campus, we are also in the purpose of developing this zebrafish housing system in the pharmacology laboratory for the in vivo studies of these traditional medicines plants. So as per the requirement that WHO wanted, that we have also given this willingness to our ministry and to WHO through our ministry, that we are ready to be a part of their international herbal pharmacopoeia. And also we wanted that we will be a WHO collaborative center for the quality control of these zero countries drugs standardization and also for the training purpose. So we are already in the different social media handles, like Facebook or Twitter, and you can visit to us time to time to our website also, and see that what are the new things are going on in the pharmacopoeia, and we have started even the identification of the raw drugs. If any industry wanted, before using their raw drugs for making these our herbal drugs, that whether it is the same plant or not, that also we have started, and we can identify by our team of pharmacognosy with different macroscopic, microscopic and powder features that yes, this is the same plant which you wanted, or it is any other alternative plants or anything. So I welcome you all, not only the stakeholders of the Ayush industry and the academics, but also the students that visit to us, our website, and be a part of the commission. Thank you. Any question, anyone in his mind?
The session is open for discussions. If anyone has any queries regarding this topic, you can clear it now. Yes, sir, please. Technical team, do you have a cordless mic?
Ji. Mic is not available?
It's okay, sir. अगर आप बोल सकते हैं तो.
Pardon, आप क्या? What is it? Yeah. Yes, that is the responsibility which have given by the government to us, that what we wanted, that any single drug, any one plant is not only that it is used in the Ayurvedic only. Maybe it is used in the Siddha also, with another name, in Unani also, and also in the homeopathy. So, in place of giving the 4 pharmacopoeias and different monographs and different standards for one plant only, we, our scientific advisory board and our ministry had decided that only one, whatever one plant if used in more than one therapy or one area, then it should be a part of that. So that we have started, and for that purpose, because you know that previously Indian Pharmacopoeia is also publishing different herbal drugs monographs in the name of phytopharmaceuticals. So industry is in very confusing whether they have to use API, Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia India, or the phytopharmaceuticals. But there is a requirement of phytopharmaceuticals also, that 4 marker compounds should be as a part of that plant. Then only they approve by the CDSCO. So finally both Health Ministry and Ayush Ministry decided to collaborate for that purpose, and the one MOU was signed just about 3 years back with Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission and PCIM&H, and all these monographs which are also the part of IP also, and also in the part of our different pharmacopoeias. We have taken care of our traditional medicine systems also, and also the new scientific evaluation which IP has given in that. So all we have taken care and make this OHOS maybe which is more scientifically evaluated, you can say, so that in coming days, if we want to compete with the Chinese traditional medicines or other pharmacopoeias and international pharmacopoeias, then we can say that yes, our standards and pharmacopoeias are at par with any other international pharmacopoeia, and they have well scientifically evaluated monographs in our pharmacopoeias. That is the purpose of that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Sara Shetty, sir, to please come on the stage and welcome our second keynote speaker, Dr. S.S. Savrikar, sir, please. Dr. S.S. Savrikar sir is the Director of Jeevan Rekha Analytical Services and former Vice Chancellor of Gujarat Ayurveda University Jamnagar and advisor to the Government of India. With 40 years of teaching and administrative experience, his contributions to the field are immense, ranging from his role as chairman of the scientific body at the Pharmacopoeia Commission of Indian Medicine and Homeopathy to being a member of several high-level national and international committees. Notably, Professor Savrikar was invited by WHO CRO to contribute to the roadmap of international herbal pharmacopoeia and has represented India in numerous global forums including Trinidad and Tobago, Germany and Italy. His accolades include Excellence for Ayurveda National Award, Lifetime Achievement Award and the title of Ayurveda Marthand by the All India Ayurvedic Specialist Association among others. Sir, I welcome you for your keynote address, and the topic that you'll be delivering will be analysis of mineral and metallic medicinal preparations. Please join me together in welcoming Dr. Savrikar, sir, please.
Good afternoon, friends. Hello. Good afternoon, friends. Am I audible? Okay. I don't know how many of you have taken lunch and how many are waiting.
Hello.
That's
Hello.
why it is
Technical
very
team,
difficult
please
to address
check your mic,
people.
please.
Hello.
So, anyway, I know I'm preaching the people hunger who have yet to take the lunch. And I am speaking to those sleepy people who have already taken the lunch. So my job is a little bit difficult. But anyway, let me see how can I complete this particular job. So friends, the slide which you are seeing, quotation, the half empty glass, it's like about half empty glass. The optimist sees the glass as half full. The pessimist sees the glass as half empty, whereas the chemist sees the glass as completely full, half in the liquid state and half in the gaseous state. So my friends, we should become the chemist, neither optimist nor the pessimist, to analyze the Ayurvedic drugs or any particular drug. So with this note, let me start my presentation. This is the analysis of mineral medicines preparations. This is the most difficult area, my friends. The analysis, the complete analysis I can't cover in this 20 minutes lecture. I am restricted to 20 minutes. It's very difficult to speak within 20 minutes for me. But still I will manage it somehow. So I'll be only speaking on three aspects, that too in very short. Three types of analysis: XRF analysis, XRD analysis, and the particle size analysis. Because on the methods of standardization you are very much aware of, so I did not speak on that. So these are the techniques which need to be used appropriately. Students and teachers as well as the researchers are using these methods in their work, but I find that they are not being used appropriately to explore its potential. So I am trying to impress on your mind the potential of these two methods, how to use them, how appropriately these methods can be used to analyze particularly mineral metallic medicines. You can see, of course, these three, particularly two X-ray diffraction and X-ray fluorescence. We are using X-rays, the light. The light rays you are well aware of. Light rays are electromagnetic waves. These electromagnetic waves, whether it is a sunlight or a simple X-ray light, whatever it is an electromagnetic rays. So these X-ray is a type of electromagnetic wave which an extremely short wavelength, which 100 angstrom to 0.1 angstrom. So very strong, particularly the X-rays are very strong. They are wavelength at 100 angstrom to 0.1 angstrom. They easily pass through substances, become stronger with decrease in atomic number on a sustenance through which they pass. So this particular property of X-rays is exploited whenever we are doing X-ray fluorescence and X-ray diffraction. So this is the band of this light band, that red band we have seen. The particular the visible light spectrum. You know the GOR, the center point. You can understand the violet, blue to red is the visible spectrum within 400 to 700. Whereas we are concentrating only on X-rays, which run from 100 angstrom to 0.1 angstrom. So how they are respond? First, I will talk on the X-ray fluorescence. X-ray fluorescence analysis, you know, this is used for analysis of elemental composition. Very beautiful equipment, beautiful method. We have this particular method. If it is used appropriately, we can definitely examine and analyze every metallic or even herbal also, which contains the herbal mineral also, we can examine these particular metals. So it has very high precision and reproducibility. Elements with high atomic numbers are better, they have better detection limit. Light elements they are a bit difficult, but with some additional equipments, additional methods, we can also detect the light elements as well. So concentration range from sub ppm levels to 100%. That means even if the materials, the elements are in ppm levels also, we can detect those elements also in this particular fluorescence machine. Then measurement of time, seconds to 30 minutes. What is the time? It requires only simple few seconds. Within few seconds we can detect the elements. Whereas if the number of elements is more, then we will require up to 30 minutes can be used. But within few minutes, we usually use 20 exposures, so we can get about 20, within 2 minutes we can detect the elements. So it's a beautiful, very beautiful equipment we are having, and this is very beautifully used. You can see that how it is done. Element in the sample, emit fluorescence. How can it be used? What is the technique or what is the principle behind using the X-ray fluorescence method? Elements, every element emits fluorescent X-rays, X-ray radiation with discrete energy. There is some energy which is equivalent to color in optical light. It is characteristic to each and every element. Every element emits this energy, and it is characteristic. It is a signature. You can say it is a signature. So the intensities of the energy is determine the quantity of element in the sample. So this intensity is very much important, which determines the quantity of the elements. But it's very important, how should be a sample? This is very important to know. Many times we find the researchers or the students, they don't understand the nature of the sample. What should be the nature of the sample? They send every sample and they say that analyze this sample and give us to it. But every equipment, every method requires a specific type of sample. Many times the sample is to be prepared before subjecting it to that particular method. So it is very important to understand what type of sample should be there and what type of taste is required. Usually what is happening now, whatever samples we are getting, the students are not aware about their requirements. What is their need? What is their necessity? They don't know. They just have some terminology they hear: X-ray fluorescence, X-ray diffraction, atomic substance spectrometry, EDAS, ACMI-DAS, etc., etc. So many electronic characterizations. These terminologies are very well known to students, but the exact use of these methods is unknown to them. So this is so blindly they say. Somebody says to them before writing this, before starting the work, they write the synopsis, and in synopsis they write all these terminologies. And when the actual work starts, then when they send a sample, it is found that this particular method is not useful to that particular analysis. When we tell them that, my friend, you are unnecessarily doing these things, don't do this. They say, no, sir. Now I have submitted the synopsis, it has been accepted, now I can't change it. So this is very odd, my friends. Try to understand first what exactly you want. Your necessities, your requirements are very necessary. You are not knowing your requirements. You don't know what you want. If you don't know what you want, what you will find? What are you going to find for? What you are going searching for? So this is very important, my friends. My request to every student, and particularly teachers, whenever you are signing the synopsis, please see the synopsis seriously. See what the student is writing. You should first see, student is a new one. When he submits the synopsis, he is not knowing anything about research. He is completely new to that. But you are there, you are sitting there from years together, you have done the work, you are already completed your PhD, you have completed your MD, you have done the research, you know the problems. So these problems are not just for on the paper. You are writing your degree on the paper and getting your employment. But they are for use. You are a guide of the students. So guide has the responsibility. I always say, when a thesis comes to me, with students come with thesis, many times in PhD, when I was in Jamnagar, the PhD final examination, the examiners, and they used to come to me. And the guide also used to come to me. And there was no student. So they usually what happened, they submitted the thesis, and immediately after 1 hour they came to me. They used to come to me and say, sir, now we have to allow the PhD to students. You sign this thesis, they sign the certificate. So I said, no, I will not do that. Then I told my staff that get this thesis at least 2 days before the final exam, final appearance, and then I used to read this thesis. And at the time of the signing of this, when I used to ask some questions to the guide said, no, I don't know anything, the student has done this. Or statistics, he used to say, no, statistician knows these things. Pharmacologist knows these things. So what you know? You are the guide of the students, and still you are saying that I don't know anything about this thesis. So this is not done, my friends. Don't do this to the students. Student is very new. He is your student. He will be known by your name after whenever he enters in the service. So it is your job that your name is attached to his thesis as a guide. So be careful whenever you are addressing any problems. So this is just because I'm talking about this topic. This was not a subject of this today, but still, I always feel that the guide should be trained first, I think. Guide should be very serious about all these things. So try to know what type of investigations are required, what type of equipment need to be used, what type of methods to be used, what are your requirements, and teach the students accordingly, guide the student accordingly. So anyway, so sample preparation is the most important thing. I will tell you an example how very funny things are happening. A few days before, I got a sample of asa. The Rakshasa sample was there. And that student, she requested, PhD students. She said, I want antimicrobial testing for this Rakshasa. Now see, very funny. One Rakshasa was there, which was prepared with this ferment, Dhayatati Pushpa, etc. Other, she didn't use it, she directly prepared it. And she was saying that you conduct the antibiotic test. So we asked, why you require antibiotic test? Is it alcohol? No, it's after alcohol. And another thing is that particular asa was totally fungus loaded. It was totally fungus loaded. So we told her, this is a fungus loaded asa, and you are saying that antibiotic testing is to be carried. No, sir, you say you carry out that antibiotic test. So she was not knowing what is antibiotic test. She was not knowing what is that. And the guide said, I said, you ask your guide whether to go. No, my guide doesn't know anything. I want to conduct this thing. So my friend, this is very funny. This is very serious also. So don't do this. So before doing all these things, be serious about your work. Be serious about your students as well. Don't do this injustice. You are not doing just injustice to the students as well. I'm sure even if the student submitted the thesis to the examiner, she will pass, she will get her PhD, she will become a teacher in some college, and she will start guiding other students, and she will file another student. That means you are going to spoil the lives of many of the students. So don't do this, my friends. Be serious about that. Anyway, so this is the sample. It's a powdered sample should be there. There should be no fingerprints, and that the 5 to 50 mm circular discs are there. We are placing it in a covered sample, and we are conducting the test. So this is I will not tell you exactly how it is. This is the result which you are getting. You can see there, number of elements we are getting managed, right, from ppm level to the percentage level as well. You can see silica 2.8337%. This is the one of the sample we can see here. This is a basma, lower basma it is. You can see this iron, this iron is 63.49%. Iron percent is 64.3.9%. So you can see here number of elements are there, and you have to justify also why that particular element is there. Interpretation is very, very important. You have got this result, but how to interpret it? How to use it? How you should say why silica should be there. Lower basma is why silica should be there. The silica must be coming from earthenware pots which are given for puta. So this explanation you need to give. This is the job of the guide to tell the students, okay, yeah, this we are finding here. Calcium, why calcium is there, why potassium is there, why aluminum is there, why lead is there, like that. From where it is coming, that you have to see. So this is the interpretation of the X-ray fluorescence. This is another example I can give you. Loha basma, mandur basma, this, one of my PhD students are doing this particular work, and different loha, mandur basma, swarnamakshi basma, loha basma, sudagare, kasi basma. You can see iron concentration, copper concentration, sulfur concentration, all concentrations we have calculated. So only important elements which we think that they will come in there in that particular sample, we should look for that. Iron percentage you can see right from 41, 40, 41, 19%, 63%, 22%, 66%, like that, well, average 66%. So this you can get, and you have to justify why that percentage difference is there. So this is regarding XRF. This is our equipment, a very handy equipment. This is handheld X-ray fluorescence equipment we are having, and within few minutes we can detect the elements. Time is very short, that's why I'm not going in details. Let us come to the next part, which is X-ray diffraction, a very important tool, unfortunately misused or misinterpreted by our community. Very important tool. And if you use X-ray fluorescence and X-ray diffraction, you don't have to go for SEM-EDAX and all those complicated analysis methods. This is a very simple technique, very useful technique as well. SEM-EDAX or other techniques are very complicated, very costly as well. But these are very simple techniques. I will show you how you can use them. You can see here the X-ray diffraction. What is X-ray diffraction? It's a rapid analytical technique primarily used for phase identification of a crystalline material. The most important thing. It is very important to know that X-ray diffraction can be used only for crystalline material. Because X-ray, they are diffracted by the crystal, the powder, which is amorphous powder. It cannot reflect the X-ray. Any X-rays cannot be reflected by the amorphous powder. And our basmas are usually amorphous in nature. Most of the basmas, or in fact all the basmas, they are amorphous in nature. But still, there are certain crystals are also remaining in matter. So on the basis of those crystals, we can identify exactly what type of compound. We can have seen the X-ray fluorescence, it is used for detecting the elements. Whereas X-ray diffraction is used for detecting the compounds, chemical compounds. We can detect the chemical compounds through X-ray. But this is a very complex procedure, my friends. Very complex procedure. Compound detection is very difficult. For compound, most important thing is that the chemist or a technician or a person or a scientist who is using these techniques, actually doing this particular job, he must know what he is doing. That means he must know what compound he is analyzing. The most incorrect part in today's time is that we are sending our sample to a chemist who is totally unaware about the Ayurvedic preparations. You go to an IITian, you go to some scientist or chemistry person, UDCT, chemical department, he doesn't know what you have brought to him. You only tell him it is Tamra Bhasma, it is Loha Bhasma. He doesn't understand regarding what is Bhasma at all. So he conducts the test, usually how he conducts the test for a particular compound. He is habituated for detecting the samples which are single elements, clear elements. So he can easily detect. For example, you tell him this is a ferrous oxide. So he can detect what is the percentage of chemical. But if you say him that this is low basma, you detect ferrous oxide in him, he will not know anything at all. He should know the process, exactly what actually the most important job of every analyst, whoever it is, whether it is coming from modern medicine, he is a clinician, he is doing the test, a biochemist, whoever it is, he should first understand the method which is being applied for the research purpose, for that particular work. Unless he understands, this is the basic underline of every research scientist, that he should first understand the method which is being used, so that he will understand what is to be done and what is to be looked for. A very simple example I will give you. A patient goes to a doctor. Then he first examines him and he is doing a clinical diagnosis. He's doing clinical diagnosis. And on the basis of the clinical diagnosis, he will ask the patient to get some investigation done. Blood investigation, whatever it is he is required. And accordingly, he doesn't ask, first go to the biochemist and conduct all types and get all the reports and then I will diagnose you. He never is doing that. Because what should we look for? If suppose I am having some doubt about hypothyroidism, then I will say, get the thyroid profile. If I am having doubt that he is having diabetes, I will say, get the sugar done, cholesterol, etc. First you have to diagnose, no. Just like that, a chemist should also first diagnose what he is looking for. He should know, what is it? Tamra basma, what should be? Is it a copper sulfide? Whether it is a cupric oxide? What it contains? So that he will look for. He has to look for it. If it is, you give him sample, give him the analytical methods. So you will not get anything at all. Randomly he will give the result. Because he is not at fault. He is only at fault that he has taken the sample before understanding the nature of the sample. That is of course his fault. But he is not worried for it because it is not his loss. No, the loss is of the person who is bringing the sample. So before going to this person for giving it to testing, you first discuss your samples with the person who is going to conduct the analysis. It is very necessary, my friends. It is very easy for institutes like BHU, where everything is available in the one campus. But I don't know whether these people are going and discussing these things with them. I am not completely aware about that. But it's very important. You are going to pharmacology, there also you should tell them what you are looking for. So this is what it goes. So we always say that whenever a person, we always say, when a sample comes, we ask the student, you submit your synopsis. Many times say, why you want synopsis? We say, I want synopsis. And another thing, I have to discuss with you certain things. I should know. Because we say, Shodhan kiya hai, Shuddha lo hai. What type of Shuddha you have conducted? What is the method you have conducted for Shuddha? What type of Maran you have conducted? So that I can imagine what elements have been introduced in that particular basma. Then I will look for that. If I don't know what you have done, how can I look for anything? So this is very important, my friends. We have methods that, for example, we are conducting IR, FTIR. In FTIR, we can tell you whether the Tribhuvan Kirti, Dattur Patra Swaras Bhavana have been given or not. We can tell you. Because I know that Tribhuvan Kirti is having Dattur Patra Swaras Bhavana. I can tell you whether Dattur Patra Swaras Bhavana, even for Bhasma, Shodhan also. We can tell you whether it has been, Taila Chakra Gaumutra has been conducted or not by IR. Such techniques are available, my friends. But the person who is conducting this, using this technique, should know what exactly has happened to the sample which has come to him. So this is what is lacking in our understanding or lacking in your techniques. So my friends, you go anywhere, you go to any chemist, you first discuss your methods with that particular chemist. If he is not giving time, don't give sample to him. Because IITians are sitting on Eiffel Tower. They think people are sitting, locking on the ground. Don't talk, we can't talk to the ground who is sitting on Eiffel Tower. So let him go, ask him, come on the ground, then I will talk to you. So if this is not possible, there is no use of using any high technology, my friend, no use at all. So anyway, so this is X-ray, I was talking about X-ray diffraction, very important. It can provide information on unit cell dimensions, even in X-ray diffraction. We can tell you the particle size of the material. But again, there is one ifs and buts. I will not say that the particle size which you are finding out in SMEDAX or X-ray diffraction is the particle size of your sample. No. Why I am saying that? Because for conducting these types of tests, first we have to sieve the material. The material which is to be subjected to SMEDAX or X-ray diffraction should have a particular particle size. So already it is filtered. It is not an average particle size. So there is no use. Don't use your SMEDAX or X-ray diffraction methods for determining the particle size. That is why everybody is talking that nanoparticles, nanoparticles, nanoparticles. Because you are already filtering the samples and the larger particle size have been already removed from the sample. So there is not a representative sample. The sample which is being conducted to X-ray diffraction or SMEDAX is not a representative sample as far as particle size is concerned. As far as particle, it is representative for chemical compounds, no issue. But not for particle size. For that, you have to use another method. I will tell you what type of methods need to be used for particles. Anyway, so So universal dimension, material should be finely grinded, homogenized for determining the average bulk dimension. See, this is the method. You can see X-ray diffraction. I have given an example of a tennis racket. Tennis racket ball hits and it deflects. So it can be deflected. Wherever it deflects, it will deflect. You can see here number of bats and deflections are there. So X-rays will be deflected, and this deflection needs to be diffraction needs to be measured. How it is measured? I will show you. So this is the example you can see here. This is straight incident beam, X-ray beam you are seeing here. The X-ray beam is incident beam. Then it is the X-ray is diffracted, and the diffracted beam is the distance, the angle between the diffracted beam and the incident beam is known as theta angle. This is 2 theta angle, 2 theta angle. Both sides 2 theta angle it is. 1 theta and 2 theta. So this 2 theta angle is very specific to every compound. Very important. 2 theta and D-spacing is another thing. You can see here layers. These are crystals. I will show you in the next slide. You can see here there are layers of crystals. In every particle, there are layers. You can see here, 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. So distance between 2 layers is known as D-spacing. So D-spacing or 2 theta are very specific to every compound. So on the basis of these things, we determine what is the compound. This is very important, my friends. The most important things in determining the compounds are 2 theta and the D-spacing. Intensity has no role in determination of any compound. Many times when we send the data to our students or researchers, they ask, what is the intensity? Well, what do you have to do about intensity? There is no need of intensity. What do you have to do? He doesn't know what is 2 theta, he doesn't know what is the spacing. It's the intensity. Intensity doesn't tell you the concentration. The X-ray diffraction system will not give you the concentration of the compound. It is a qualitative analysis. It is not a quantitative analysis. It is semi-quantitative, but that quantity is not very definite. So don't use X-ray diffraction for determining the quantity of the compound. Only for qualitative analysis, this is very useful. So most important, so don't ask for intensity. Only D-spacing and the D-spacing and 2 theta angle and the graph, they are most important. These 3 things are sufficient for you. So how do you do? Identifying the crystalline compound. We have the machine, which is an instrument, which gives you amorphous content as well as the crystalline compound. Both we can give. So our equipment is a little bit advanced. So that's why we can give it. So crystalline compound, what we do? The crystalline compounds are necessarily to have database. Now, how it is done? It is compared with the database. We should have a database. Standards are there. So database are need to be there to have database. So we are using PDF2 database. There are 2 ICC databases also there. Diff data, AMSCC database is also there. So actually, X-ray diffraction is basically used for mineralogical purposes. But we are using it for our own purpose. We are taking the advantage of this particular technique. So 2 types of data are there. So we are using PDF data because it gives the compound analysis very nicely. So quantification of compounds done on full profile of the experimental diaphragmogram. But I told you this is a semi-quantitative method. It can be used, cannot be used quantitative. Crystal size, strain, thermal expansion tensor, Scherer method is used for determining the particle size because they are not very useful for us. That means we are not using it. That's why we are not giving it. But it can be done. Crystal shape also we are giving. But unless we know what is the function of that particular crystal, what that crystal will be doing, what is the effect of that particular crystal shape on the pharmacology of that particular material, we have no use of explaining that. This is a monoclinic. It is a hexagonal. Okay, we are given. But what do you mean by that? What is the use? If it is hexagonal, does it have some other absorption properties? Does it have some other properties? If it is monoclinic, does it triclinic? Does it have any other property? Unless we know that, there is no point in giving crystal shape. We can give, we are giving. But there is no use, no. Unnecessarily for, yes, we are given the crystal shape. No point at all. Do everything with a purpose, my friends. Every line, every word in your thesis should have some purpose. Don't do anything to increase the volume of your thesis. I have got 300 pages thesis. What is the use? 90% of those pages are useless. They are not of any use. The most important part of your thesis is discussion and conclusion. The discussion part is covered in 3-4 pages. Conclusion is given in 1 page. Whereas the other part, the explanation, etc., 200 pages. Material and methods to some few pages, and review of literature. The most larger part of your thesis is occupied by the review of literature. Unnecessary here given is given. No relation to your thesis. They gave a list of so many work has been done. List. What is the use of that list? They never read that literature. Only list is given. I always curse Dr. Baghel, my friend, very good friend, late Dr. Baghel, that he has published a book of these all references. So students only take that list from that Baghel's book and put there in thesis. I have become so angry when I see the list in any thesis or synopsis. I scold the student. Why you are giving this thing? Have you read it? What that particular article is giving? Nothing. List of thesis. So my friend, don't do such filthy things. Be a scientist. Be a scientist. Very important. So this is very important. So this is another. Identify have characteristics of the sample. Very important. Type of mineral can be found. Type of mineral or compound can be found. Chemical composition of mineral compound can be given. Type of crystal. These are the things which I can see in the X-ray diffraction. So we can crystallize, etc., etc. can be given. The most complicated thing in analyzing the basmas or mineral metal compounds in our Ayurvedic preparation is that our basmas or our mineral preparation are not single chemical compounds. Remember very well. No compound, no basma is a single chemical compound. It is a complex chemical compound. And not only chemical compound, it is many times it becomes organochemical compound. Because we are processing it herbs now with plants. So many times calcium, potassium, magnesium, they come. So how can you do that? Iron low basma is never simple ferrous oxide. It may be potassium, calcium oxide, ferrous oxide. It can be compound. Many times, many things come. Phosphorus may be there. Sulfide must be, sulfur must be there. So many compounds are coming. So it depends what you are using. So try to understand this. They are not simple, plain chemical compounds. Sometimes we do get. It's not that every time we don't get. But sometimes we do get, but rarely this happens. I will show you an example. Now this is one of the diffractogram which is very important. This is a diffractogram of quartz. It is a quartz diffractogram. Clear cut graph, you can get the peak, intensity, everything quartz, 100% quartz. No doubt about that, because quartz is a clear chemical compound. Such type of graph, peaks, you will never get in Ayurvedic basmas. You will never get. We use them for calibration of our equipment. Quartz compounds are used for calibration of X-ray diffractive meter. That is the function, because it is a clear-cut peaks we are getting. Every time whenever we conduct, we calibrate our instrument with this calibration, with this quartz. This is very important, because clear-cut crystals are there. Now this is one of the sample which we have conducted on. You know, this is Swarnamakshik basma. Now interestingly, my paper will be coming on Swarnamakshik basma. I have collected so many samples of Swarnamakshik, and the paper will be coming. Almost 7, 8 samples, 9 samples I have collected. And no sample is similar to other. Right from raw material to the final compound, no compound. Now this is one sample. It is having ferrous oxide. 3 peaks we have got. You can see here, these spacing crystal shape at 2 theta I have given. These are the 3 peaks which I have got. Another peak is also there, but I have only identified 3 peaks. So such type of thing you very rarely get. Clear-cut peaks. Another example I will give you. No, here it is not there. But this is very important. Now in some of this Swarnamakshik basma, I have found almost 10 compounds I have identified. 10 compounds. Very complex compounds. Very complex. And only 2 samples I have found copper compounds. Only 2 samples. Swarnamakshika. Swarnamakshik is a chalcopyrite. It is a copper mineral. It is a major copper mineral. Still, out of 9 samples, I have found, in only 2 samples I have found copper. Only 2 samples. And most interesting is that even the chalcopyrite, the monograph which is Dr. Saab, aapke liye, Raman Singh Saab. Monograph of Swarnamakshik are there in this. I was also a part of that committee, I know that, but that time I was totally unaware about this thing. Copper pyrite. Swarnamakshik, there are 2 monographs of Swarnamakshik in our API. One is simple Swarnamakshik, another is Sandrita Swarnamakshik, copper concentrate. And there we have given concentration of 3 elements: copper, iron and sulfur. The copper concentration which is given in Swarnamakshik, simple Swarnamakshik, is not less than 5%. Whereas in Sandhya Swarnamakshi, it is not less than 12%. The more, you just imagine, whereas the iron percentage is more, some 20% or like that. Now, even we should have thought at that time. I'm a part of the committee which passed that monograph, but I curse myself now because I was not knowing that time this particular thing. This is a copper pyrite, copper mineral, copper ore, major copper ore. It is used for extraction of copper. How can be copper less than iron in it? It should be iron ore. It should be. This was a simple thinking, in fact. But that time, one of our mineralogists was there. He passed it, so we blindly passed it. But now I curse myself. So it is not like. That's why I searched all over the Google and to find out what should be the usual normal percentage of copper in the chalcopyrite. Fortunately, I have found one paper from Shah. Your student, one of the students has published a paper. There in your thesis, that paper, the copper percentage is 35%. Another paper I have also found in our India only. That was also having some 40% or like that. And the general, in the mines, all over India, China, they have published so many papers on the chalcopyrite, not on this basma, but on chalcopyrite. So there, none of the samples contain copper percentage less than 35%. More than 30% in fact. But still, we have, in our monograph, it is not less than 5%. And unfortunately, that monograph is also not used by our manufacturers. In their Swarnamakshi, 0% of copper is there. You can see the graph which I have shown you, this graph, where it is? This one. This is Swarnamakshi basma. What is it? Iron oxide. There is no copper. No copper compound, only iron oxide. Can we call it Swarnamakshi basma? This is market sample. My friends, open your eyes what we are doing. There is no, 5-10 samples I have collected, there is no uniformity in those samples. No uniformity. Still we are using, बहुत रसशास्त्र, बहुत अच्छे है द्रव्य हमारे, बहुत अच्छा काम, अल्पमात्र उपयोगित्वात्. कैसे काम करेंगे भैया? उसमें कोई यूनिफॉर्मिटी नहीं है. क्या होगा हमारा? ब्लाइंडली करते जा रहे हैं हम लोग. This is very important, my friends. So there is a need to change our monographs in API. Please do something. Don't say that Dr. Savrikar was saying this, because if you tell them, they will not do anything. So don't so. So it was your observation, or somebody may write to the university that this is to be needed. Because if I say, no, ये तो comment करते रहते हैं, criticize करते हैं, इनका नहीं सुनना है. So don't do that. But this is just for your sake. Another very important analysis, particle analysis. This is the very most important analysis, my friends. Particle analysis. Very important. Again, this is misused, particularly by our Shastris. Everybody is talking, basma, nanoparticles. Basma, nanoparticles. अरे भाई नहीं है भाई. basma में nanoparticles बनते हैं. नहीं बनते हैं ऐसा मैं नहीं कहूँगा. मगर they are not important for us. वो तो कितना परसेंटेज आता है? उसका भी मेरा एक पेपर है. If you, it is accessible. Whether basmas are nanoparticles or not, मैं evidence के साथ मैंने दिया है. और जो जिस पेपर के आधार पर on the basis of which paper you are seeing it nanoparticles, I have criticized, I have analyzed that paper, and I have sent, before criticizing or analyzing that paper, I have sent a comment letter to that person who have published that paper. So please explain these things. Because whatever you are saying, you have already filtered. 3 times he has filtered. The powder, basma, he has filtered for 3 times. And the finest particles which you have conducted, there you have seen there is nanoparticles. And that 2% is very low. My friends, it is very serious. Don't do that. So, particle science, there are various techniques which can be used. What is a particle after all, you know? What is a particle? When we are saying, what is a particle? It is a discrete subportion of a substance. Size sub-nanometer to several millimeters. But the particle of which we are saying, it is a 3-dimensional object unless perfect spheres. Are our particles perfect spheres? No. No basma particle, no powder particle, churna particle is perfect sphere. They are having different shapes, cannot be fully described by a single dimension such as radius or diameter. That's why we can't describe only diameter or say no, because that it's not a sphere. No, it's very, you can see here. So usually what we do, we use sieves. There are various methods can be used. Sieves are used. Then microscopy-based techniques are best, in fact, which can measure from nanometers to millimeters. Then optical light microscope, scanning electron microscope, transmitting electron TEM also can be used. Choice determined by size range of the powders, magnification and resolution desired. We are using optical light microscope. Apart from sieves, we are using optical light, which are very useful for us. You can see here, this is the graph which will show you where it should be used. What type of equipment should be used? You can see here there are TEM, you can see here 0.01 to 1 millimeter. You can see here. Then for large log particle diameter, you can see here, mono-object particle, stereo, you can see here. For which particular sample, which particular method should be used. This is a very important figure. Relationship between particle size and the instrument suitable for analysis based on information. This is very important. So, sieves are classified as a course. It's actually a very big topic. Particle size itself is a topic of discussion. So only just some snaps I will be giving to you based upon the size of the optical parameters. There are three, we generally coarse, medium, and fine sieves we are using. Most important thing, microscopy-based technique, which we are using. That's why I will explain this a little bit more. For particle size characterization, not only size, but other characters are also very much important for particle size. Of course, nowadays, we are using only size. But other parameters are also important, my friends, very important for the drug pharmacology. They are very important. Of course, we have to explore those things again, at least particle size, we should determine carefully and correctly. It's a powerful tool for characterization of particle size distribution, and morphology of this size. Particles direct observation, size determination based on a defined measure of diameter. Here, in optical microscope, we directly see the particle. Through the microscope, we can directly see it. We measure it directly in the microscope, and definite particle size we can get. Even number of particles also can be measured. So optical microscopes are affordable, comparatively easier to operate, but limited in magnification and resolution. Now, of course, different types of microscope are there. Very higher end microscope may not be used, but what we are using is average one. Limits of operability is important. Approximately 1 micrometer particles. This microscope can very well determine the particles which are within the range of 1 micrometer. Just 2 minutes only. Approximately 1 micrometer with a theoretical resolution of limit of 0.2 millimeters. Time is short. SEM, don't use SEM. It is very important. We are not requiring SEM because 0.10 micrometer to 10 micrometer. The sample has to be first sieved, and that sieved sample will be used there. That will give the particle size. For optical microscopy, you don't have to sieve the sample. Directly, you can submit the sample direct. Here, you can see here the particles. Centrally, you can see here the particle. This is irregular shape. It is not a perfect sphere. So what you are doing Dmax, that is sphere of the same maximum length, sphere of same minimum length, sphere of same weight, volume, surface area, sphere of passing. You are just comparing the material, the area which is similar to that particular particle. It's very important. Basis for use, number, length. I will skip all these things because time is very short, my friends. It's very important, but unfortunately, I can't give much time. So this is very important. Distribution parameters, I will talk statistics only about. Number. Now we determine length mean D10, arithmetic mean of the particle, surface area D32. For what purpose you are doing it? For surface area is used for bioavailability, reactivity, dissolution for fine particles. Volume movement pin is used for particles forming bulk of the sample volume, monitoring core sample. And the most important parameter which we are using is the size one. What we give the report D10, D50 and D90, very important one. The D10 gives 10% of the particles which are below the specified size. For example, it is 2 micrometer. 2 micrometer means 10% of your particles from your sample are below the 10 micrometers. D50 is 50% of the particles are below that, 50% are above. And 90% particles are below that particular particle size which we are defining. So this is very important. This one is being used very frequently because other parameters, still we are in a child stage. We don't know exactly what effect they have got on the pharmacology, but this is the area for research. Very important. Particle shape, their aspect is given, then particles with regular symmetry, spheres, cubes, whatever they are used. Universal shape parameters are there. So this is I will give. So this is the, you can see here, this is one of the report which we usually give. Here you can see here, number of particles count, 42,486 particles are counted. In 5 fields we have counted. Here you can see how many single particles were there, 40,862. Agglomerates are 1640, unclassified 0. So you can see here D10 are 1.297. That means 10% of the particles of this sample are below 1.29 microns. 50% are below 2.75 microns, whereas 90% of particles are 4.67 microns. It's a very important one. So you can definitely determine exactly what is the particle size of your sample. Very important. Here, so same thing, agglomerates, etc. we are giving. Surface area, D3, D2, we are not exploring. That's why we are not giving it to the student. They are confused a little bit. So this is Tambra Bhasma. You can see here, so people who say that it is a nanometer, for them this particular slide is very much important. You can see here, the counts, 15,775 particles are counted. They are in the class of 0 to 2.5 microns. So 0 to 2.5 microns, 38% particles are in between 0 to 2.5 microns. In our another example, we have found that only few particles are below the 300 nanometers or like that. You can see here. So anyway, so this is what we are found. Very important tool, particles analysis. Please use this particular type of many laboratories are there which are giving such type of analysis. Don't depend on SME DAX, the TM, etc., etc. They are very costly, very high-end equipment. We have still to go many miles ahead to use those equipments. We are not ready to use those equipments. So please consider this thing, XRF, XRD and this thing, they will be very much useful for you. So with these words, I will say, so important one, what is the difference between chemistry and cooking? In chemistry, you should never lick the spoon. So don't try to lick the spoon. With these words, I will stop here. Thank you very much for giving me a patient listen.
Thank you so much, sir. Now the panel is open for questions and queries. If any one of you has any queries related to this topic, you may ask, sir.
Any query is welcome.
Yeah, my name is Amit Guman from Oklahoma. So my question to you, very enlightening lecture. Thank you so much for doing this. My question to you is, have you worked anything with FDA in the US where they don't look into these parameters? They look at, okay, lead, 10 ppm, you can't use it. Mercury, 2 ppm, we can't use it. So have you done any such thing where we can justify products with FDA? Thank you.
Thank you very much for asking this question. US FDA doesn't consider metals as medicines. They are considering them as adulterants. So for adulterants, that's okay. When the material in our system, in Ayurveda also, if suppose I am getting lead or mercury in some plant material, some powder, then I will also do the same thing which FDA is doing, US FDA is doing. I will also say, no, this is not allowed. Because we also have limits, adulteration limits are already there. But unfortunately, US FDA is not considering Ayurvedic drugs as adulterants. They are considering them as food supplements. They are eating drugs as foods. What I can do? They don't understand. They are eating drugs as food. This is very absurd. So there is no comment on that. If it is even if suppose I am getting Tambra Bhasma, it is a Tambra Bhasma. So I am concerned about the concentration of copper. If suppose I am getting lead in copper, then I will say, no, it is not allowed. Lead is an adulteration. Even modern medicine also, the adulteration limits are given. Adulteration limits are given. They are for medicine. And if you are using food also, the food limits of these heavy metals are almost 10 times higher than the limits which US FDA is considering for these things. Food labor, because food we are using daily in large amounts. Drugs you are eating in few milligrams, you are using for few days. You are not using drugs for years together. Food daily you are using 100 grams, 200 grams. So large amounts of food, that's why the limits are lower. Whereas not in drugs. So first ask the US government to consider Ayurvedic drugs as drugs, allow Ayurvedic doctors to practice there officially so that the unofficial practices will be stopped. It will be easy to catch some people who are misusing these things. People will stop using, buying drugs from internet and taking drugs years together, highly poisoned drugs, highly toxic drugs, adulterated drugs. Then this problem will be solved. And I'm not only talking to you about this thing, I've talked this thing on WHO platform as well. Unless you recognize Ayurveda on the international platform, unless you recognize our doctors on the international platform, this will never stop. That's it. Thank you.
Nambudri spot test, Nambudri. And the simple mechanics of identifying the chelated basmas, like Tamra basma with the yogurt-based corona formations, for identifying the metallic content, if it is there or not. And the nature of this chelated material, when it is apunar bhavatva, all those characteristics are when mentioned, standardized traditionally, and how the difference we can see through these, the analytical methods of standardizing.
Sir, I salute Dr. Nambudri. He was a very good friend of mine. I would say he was my guru as well. In those days, it was very important. Nambudri spot test, etc., etc. But now we have got so many advanced techniques. And much more things can be known. Number of phosphate, qualitative, okay, fine. But now it is not sufficient, Only simply saying that it's apunar bhava, no. Just I have given an example. I have examined 9 samples of Swarnamakshik basma. They are all passing apunar bhava, etc., etc. Everything is there. But there is a lot of difference in variations there. Basically, it is not copper at all. There is no copper in Swarnamakshik. How can you accept it as Swarna basma? Few years back, one paper was published by some very renowned scientist, modern medicine scientist. She was examining the Ayurvedic test of Punar Bhavatva, then this curd test of Tamra Bhasma, and she bought some bhasmas and tested these bhasmas through these tests. And she found that one bhasma was passed the curd test. And then she analyzed it in the laboratory. She found that it was not copper bhasma at all. There was no copper in it. So she declared that curd test is useless. Then I challenged her. I told her, this test is used only for Tamra Bhasma. Knowing that it contains Tamra, already contains Tamra. It is not testing the Bhasma whether it is a copper Bhasma or other Bhasma. So you are using curd test for Yashad Bhasma and saying that there is no copper, it will not be copper. So you are misusing the test. You don't understand the meaning of this. Why are you using that and why you are commenting on that? No answer. My letter was published in that particular journal we had published, but she didn't give any answer at all. So before commenting on anything, try to learn that science first. Unfortunately, we have a habit to comment on anything very randomly. On internet, they are saying, Ayurveda is pseudoscience. Why are you saying science? You say no science. Okay. Pseudo. Have you read Ayurveda? Whoever has written that, does he know? In Lancet, I have given one. Lancet published a letter. I'm sorry, a little bit. It's very important to say. Only 2 minutes only. Only 2 minutes. Only 2 minutes. Very important. Very few years back, Lancet published a paper in the Oncology Journal on Ayurveda. And there was very filthy words were used for Ayurveda. There was 2-3 pages. Then all whatever statements were written. So I have written a letter to Lancet, explaining everything, whatever has been commented. I got a letter from Lancet. What letter was that? They said, we have no system to publish such type of comments on these are the opinions of the author, and we have no system to publish the comments which came on the opinions of the authors. I still have this communication with me. Why did you publish that opinion on the author? Lancet is a journal which can publish the opinions of single person. It is a scientific journal, no? What you are talking about the science of Ayurveda, pseudoscience? All filthy things. You don't understand Ayurveda. So why you are commenting on that? You have no right to comment on that. You first recognize Ayurveda as a science. Then you talk about that. You study that. भगवद गीता पढ़े नहीं और कहेंगे कृष्ण रहा नहीं, क्या मतलब है इसमें? थैंक यू।
So we have one more doubt.
Hello. Sir, one last question, I think. It's a very quick question. You very nicely highlighted the need for chemists and pharmacists who understand what they should be looking for, which is lacking right now. So a need has been established. My question is anything being done to fulfill that need? Because it is a very important need, because people who are not trained or educated or informed about a certain methodology or science are doing the testing. So I think it's a very, very important point you have made, but what next? Can you please address that? Thank you.
Madam, let me be very clear that I am not an authority on comment on this particular answer to this question, because I am not part of policy makers. I am not part of an education system. I have long back retired. I am a simple worker, research worker, working on his own. So whoever comes to me, I used to advise them. I don't advise the government or the policy maker or educationist anymore. No, they don't like my advice. Not for that, but I have taken myself away from that, but I am not much comfortable with what is happening. Sorry to say that, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hello. Hello. Yes. Thank you, sir. Your talk was really inspiring, and I hope that many of the audience were benefited from this. And it was a very interactive session. We have also had a few doubts. So now may I request the guest of honor for this session, Professor C.B. Jha sir, to kindly present Professor S.S. Savrikar sir with a memento as a token of our gratitude, sir. A round of applause, please. I again request C.B. Jha sir to kindly present a memento to Raman Singh sir, our first keynote speaker. I request C.B. Jha sir to kindly present memento to Raman Singh sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. May I now request Professor Anand Chaudhary, sir, to please come over the stage and welcome the chairperson of today's session, Dr. Arun Tripathi, sir. A round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. May I request our fourth keynote speaker, Dr. Pratibha ma'am, to please take the chair on the dais. And at the same time, I request Dr. Manisha ma'am to please welcome Dr. ma'am. Please. I request Dr. Manisha ma'am to please welcome Dr. Pratibha Shah ma'am. As we move ahead with our third keynote speaker, Dr. Mukund Sabnis sir, the founder and director of Jeevan Rekha Analytical Services and Jeevan Rekha Ayurvedic Chikitsalaya and Research Center, Dr. Sabnis has pioneered work in Ayurvedic drug standardization and therapeutic management of obesity. Today, Sir will be delivering his speech on application of drug standardization in Ayurvedic research. Over to you, sir, please.
Hello. 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 सर्वे सुखिनः सन्तु सर्वे सन्तु निरामयः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्. Respected Vice Chancellor Prajapati sir, respected speakers, my Guru, Dr. Sriram Savrikar, and all the delegates and students. It's a great pleasure to share our combined thoughts, because it's a great privilege to me that my Guru is, and I am working with him at our research center. And this talk will be a little bit extended talk about his lecture. So, when I got the information that we have to deliver a lecture, I prepared a 185 slide lecture. And then after 6-7 days, I got the information that we have 20 minutes. So we have to curtail it. But the most interesting thing what I want to put that plants can be considered as chemical factories that have been evolving their biosynthetic pathways from 4 lakh million years. The array of compounds synthesized by them is beyond the imagination of today's chemist. And it's a fact that whatever machine you utilize for the analysis of the herbs, that machine is not going to give a complete phytochemical as well as pharmacological impact on the body. These things are very, very clear. And above that the herbal drug standardization, it does not end with the identification and assay of an active principle. Rather, it embodies total information and controls that are necessary to guarantee consistency of composition. So, taking these 2 points in mind, what I have seen in last years of my experience in analytical part and even a clinical part, the Indian pharmacopoeia which was developed, or any pharmacopoeia which was developed for the one drug, one target philosophy. All modern medicine drugs are one drug, one target. They have a single molecule and they have a single target. And the pharmacopoeias were developed to standardize that single molecule, don't have any impurities in that molecule, and that is targeting a single cell or a single receptor. We are totally different. We are totally different. We have multiple targets and multiple molecules. And unfortunately, the scene is that modern medicine has a pharmacy. They have a different wing of scholars in the pharmacy, and they have a different pharmacology. They have a pharmacist and they have a pharmacologist who thinks about the development of drug and who thinks about the pharmacological impact of the drug. Unfortunately, both the responsibilities in Ayurveda is with a single person. That we are having our own pharmacies, we are developing our own drugs up to the mark, and we have to develop their impacts also. We have to see their impacts also, their effects also. It's very unfortunate that when we prepare a drug, we prepare it with the very standard methods. But never we thought about or never we think about the impacts, the pharmacological impacts, how it is exactly working on the body. Because majority of the people, they don't know. They know how to prepare a drug, but they don't know how it is working. And that is, I think, a big missing link, that if we are able to explore each and every formulation or single drug in Ayurveda and its know-how and the mechanism of action, at least at a receptor level, then definitely our system has to be accepted all over the world. And that is the biggest missing link. And these are the scenarios that we have a varied type of phytochemicals. Different type of phytochemicals in single herb, because we have 16 agroclimatic zones. We have 2 biodiversity hotspots, 7% of the world biodiversity in India, and we have 9,000 species used in ISM and folk medicine and 9,000 ISM manufacturing units, but still we are lacking into developing the pharmacological impact of these medicines. So this is a big challenge with us, because it is not like modern medicine that they have a pharmacist and they have a pharmacologist. We are the pharmacist and we are only the pharmacologist, and the pharmacology link is biggest missing link, what I feel. So these are the Ayurveda dosage form. Number of dosage forms are there in Ayurveda, and these dosage forms are not in modern medicine, whatever we are using. So the challenge with us is that raw material, that is 90 to 95% of raw material used in manufacturing of ASU medicine, are procured from wild, and its quality is not known. No information about the place, no information about the condition of storage and collection, no information about the maturity of the raw material. Because we talk about the standardization, but we don't talk about the age of the plant. We don't talk about the age of the fruit of the plant. If you see the amla, if you collect at different ages will show the different phytochemicals present into changing its phytochemistry. It is with all the fruits. We don't know which age plant we are plucking, and that is not standardized. So I'll move a little bit fast. Quality, then what we are doing for standardization? We are doing standardization for the quality. For what we are doing the quality? For its correct efficacy. We are maintaining the quality for its correct efficacy. So quality is the guarantee of a product for its acceptability to consumers and regulatory authorities. Quality can be defined as sum total of all factors which contribute directly or indirectly to the safety and effectiveness. That's very important. And acceptability is okay. I will prepare into the range of the standards of the FDA. But what about the effective? FDA is not concerned about the effectiveness. FDA is only concerned only with the standards. And when, as Sir said, that when they are out of standard and still they are accepted, then where we are going to bring the effectivity of the drug. So effectivity is very important. So quality of the raw material, process of manufacture and finished product constitute the wholesome quality of ASU drug. And quality control is an operation undertaken in the laboratory to analyze a sample of material within the known probability limits of accuracy and precision. So there are 3 types of things, that is herbal medication, mineral medication and herbo-mineral medication, what we have to go for analysis. And unfortunately, we are following the modern standards still today. It's very unfortunate that we are doing the standardization for the quality purpose and for the efficacy purpose. So standardization is done for efficacy. We maintain standards, but we don't know the efficacy, and we are missing the efficacy a lot. And so we are going for, in a correct way, whether it is we are going for a holistic to reductionist. Means we are in a plant, we are finding some markers. We don't know those markers are important as an analytical marker or they are important as a biomedical marker or pharmacological marker. We don't know that. We know, we find, okay, we will check vithanolide into ashwagandha. We assume that ashwagandha may be having that activity. Maybe. We are not confirmed. Because other phytochemicals may also be working along with vithanolides to elicit that pharmacological impact. So this is where we are missing a big link, that we are going to a reductionist approach, analyzing the phytochemicals, again bringing the phytoconstituents out of it and trending our markers into it. And what is the biggest missing link is that into even standardization, that karana punna swabhavikanam dravyanam abhisamskaraha, Sanskaro hi gunantaradhanam. This is the biggest missing link into Ayurvedic pharmacy. We are even in our lab, we are buying very high-end instruments, but those instruments are not able to tell us what is the Sanskaro hi gunantaradhanam, what exactly change they are bringing, where the modern equipments are unable to analyze the gunantaradhanam into the results. So here we can say that Shothakruddadhi Shothagnam Sasnehamapi Manthanatiti Deshena Yatha Bhasmara Sheradha Sthapayet Vasanena Gunadhanam Yatha. These are very important. I'll tell you one example, and I'll also show you the reports. Once we received a sample from Jaipur, and that sample was urine processed, barley processed with urine, cow dung and water. And that we have to analyze. We analyzed the sample, and we did a XRF study for that to analyze the elements into it. And for a surprise, we were finding aluminium into urine processed and cow dung processed barley, and there was no aluminium into water processed barley. I'll show you the reports. This is Sanskaro hi gunantaradhanam. Now, we asked the person who has sent the sample, we asked to him that how come aluminium is coming in the urine and cow dung? He was speechless. I have collected it in a very peculiar manner, with a very sterile thing and everything he was telling us. Then we inquired how you collected the urine and how you collected the cow dung. Because nobody is going to collect urine in stainless steel vessels. Have you seen? No. Nobody is going to collect cow dung into the surgical quality stainless steel. So they were not collecting it that. They were collecting urine and cow dung into aluminum vessels. Imagine, only they have kept that urine in aluminum vessel before the packing, maybe for 10 hours, 15 hours, before sending to the lab. And aluminium reflected at a very high amount into the samples in which it was processed. And that could change the total acceptability and pharmacology of that particular Pathya Kalpana, that is barley which was going to get into the powder and into Pathya Kalpana. So this standardization is very, very important, and where our sanskara means, which are our sanskaras? So our sanskara is, what we can tell is Sukshmatva. Sukshmatva is not a particle size. In one context, it's okay. We are bringing in the particle size down and down and down. But Sukshmatva is Anutva. In Anutel, we are processing it 10 times and making it Sukshma. Where is the particle? So this Sukshmatva, Lagutva, we are not counting Lagutva. We are giving 10 putas, we are giving 20 putas, Shataputas. We are not counting Lagutva. We are not counting Yogavahitva. We are using Parada as one of the main ingredients of the herbo-mineral preparations, because it is Yogavahi, because it is Sukshma. But we have no facility we have no provision also into our standard methods to count this Yogavahi, Lagutva, Sukshmatva, and this is where Ayurveda research is lacking. We may have a standard medicine. We may have a very good quality medicines which can fit into the standards of API. But we don't know how to analyze Yogavahitva, we don't know how to analyze Lagutva, we don't know how to analyze the Sukshmatva, and then we don't know how to standardize the Bhavanas. We don't know how to standardize the Putas and their biochemical and pharmacological changes. And the most important thing is that, is that we have to standardize the Pathya Kalpana, a big missing link. Yesterday I was talking with Sera Shetty sir, and he was telling that in Western countries and in the Russian countries, that they are developing non-pharmacological Ayurvedic therapies, which should be very, very interesting for the modern world, for the Western world, because our medicines are not allowed freely. So he was telling about the non-pharmacological, and in non-pharmacological therapies, Pathya Kalpana plays a major role into it. A major role of Pathya Kalpana is there in non-pharmacological therapies. Now, when we want to study on Pathya Kalpana, the most important thing which has been given into Pathya Kalpana is that Viruddhan. Now, for example, Kruta and Akruta Yusha. Simple. Kruta Maunsaras, Akruta Maunsaras. Or anything which is Kruta and anything which is Akruta. Or anything which is Viruddha. That is to be focused, that is to be explained, that is to be standardized. Now, for example, what we say that we are doing Kruta Yusha, we are using some herbs into it and we are processing it. What is the exact difference pharmacologically between Kruta and Akruta? That we have to define. Today we are little bit in that position to explain all these things in a very scientific manner. Second, Viruddhan. Now in Western world, people they consume milk along with fruits. It's a fashion over there. That milk is consumed and fruits are also consumed in the breakfast. Ayurveda says, right from Charak, Sushrut, Vagbhat, all of these people, they say that it is worse to consume such type of combination. Since my first year, I am hearing that this is Viruddha, this is not to be consumed. World is consuming it, so whether we are wrong. We have to know the process, what is happening, and we have to analyze, we have to standardize that whether certain parameters in these Viruddhana is changing or not. That's very important. And then we have found certain parameters which are affecting such type of food-to-food combination, and there is one parameter that is called as EFF. That is effective free fructose, which should be 1 for the food and which is 9 in the combination of milk with fruit, which will create more and more inflammation at a hepatocyte level. So people say, okay, from 3 days I am drinking milk and fruit, nothing is happening to me. Today it will not happen. Eventually it will land into non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, eventually. And that will get directed towards the oil consumption. Nobody will shout on fruits and milk. Because the concept has been embedded in our minds that fruits are good. Ayurveda has never promoted it. Ayurveda has never promoted fruits to eat regularly. Neither they have told about the milk that who should consume milk. We are sitting all the days, we are playing on the mobile and consuming milk. That is not allowed. That even Charak Sushruta has told that becomes sufficient. So these type of standardization, these type of, for example, Viruddhana. Lot of Viruddhana is there. Majority of the time, regularly we are using our Viruddhana and we are not identifying their what we call as ages, that is advanced glycation end products and receptors for advanced glycation end products. If we explain these things at the graduation level, at the second year, that okay, these type of Viruddhana, that we have seen that they develop ages and rages. That is maybe carboxymethyl lysine, maybe carboxymethyl ethyl lysine, maybe 4NH4, these NHE, sorry. So these type of chemicals which are toxic at a cell level, they can be generated from Viruddhana. Because we are not telling them the cause and effect, students are not believing it. Even patients are not believing it. Oh, we are consuming from years together, nothing is happening to us. But if these scientific things are told to them, then, so standardization of Pathya Kalpana is a big missing link. Because as a Rajashastri, we focus on bhasmas. We never focus on the other part of the things. And where Pathya Kalpana can be a very big boon for the Western practitioners. But that is not standardized. So network pharmacology is coming to standardize all these things. I don't know how much it will be actually helping to establish the pharmacological impacts of the basmas or the herbomineral components. So the most important concept that the change in the physiochemical property of the medicine will bring a change in its pharmacological effects. So whatever the processing, the gunantar we have doing, sanskaro hi gunantaradham, these sanskars are to be standard. We should develop a equipment. We should talk with the IITian. We should talk to a medical instrument engineer, that whether we can analyze such type of things and make an instrument specially for Ayurvedic drugs. Whatever we are doing, we are just stealing the technology which is not meant for Ayurvedic drugs. And that's really detrimental. So that is about the bhavana. There are different type of bhavana processes which are explained. That is dravena yavata samyak eki bhuya ardhata vajit. Then diva diva atape shushkam ratro ratro nivaset. What type of bhavana, how much material has been used to give the bhavana to that particular formulation, that is not explained. If my khalwa is so big, of 50 liters capacity, and if other khalwa is of 5 liter capacity, the same amount you can't standardize. Even a same company making a same bhasma or same giving same bhavana into same color, their batch results variates. So there are a lot of things which are involved into these things. Similarly about the putas, and the most important thing is that just now Savrikar sir has discussed that the Indian medicines are subjected to critical examination using the standards applied to Western medicine, where permissible limits to the presence of a toxic heavy metal in a formulation are established. And this is a big missing link, that whatever examinations are then done for the heavy metals, those heavy metals are considered impurities in their drugs, which are considered drugs which are specifically added to elect a pharmacological response. So this difference should be pointed very correctly. Then about the little bit about the nanoparticles, because majority of the people, they are behind nanoparticles, and as sir has very clearly described, that nanoparticles which are found in the machines, they are sieved, they are just representative of the things, of the samples, but actually that much nanoparticles are not available in the specific bhasmas which we are looking into. Now looking into the nanoparticles, we have people do scanning electron microscopy, transmission electron microscopy, fast freeze fracture, X-ray photoelectron spectroscopy, atomic absorption. So to establish the presence of nanoparticle in the test sample, we are doing these tests to ascertain whether chemical compound is homogeneous, whether nanoparticles are crystalline or amorphous. Now that's very important. These nanoparticles, they should come from the crystalline part, and maximum part, if you have seen the slide, what Savrikar sir has shown you about XRD, the XRD graphs of the Ayurvedic formulations, they go a little bit above the baseline. Why they go a little bit above the baseline? Because beyond the graph, all the substances are amorphous. They are not crystalline. So the first need of a nanoparticle which is to be active, they should be in crystalline nature. And now, nanoparticles have the potential to cross the blood-brain barrier, which makes them extremely useful as a way to deliver drug directly to the brain. Now, nanoparticle in modern medicine is used to target the lesion. Nanoparticle is a vehicle to carry a drug to target a lesion. And we never in Ayurveda target a lesion. We target body as a whole. Secondly, whenever we are using nanoparticle in a crystalline form from Ayurveda bhasmas, the nanoparticle matrix which is working, it is totally different from the nanoparticle matrix which is used in modern medicine. It is totally different. It has a charge. Either it has an anion charge or it has a cation charge. So when nanoparticles with different surfaces characteristics show different activities, neutral nanoparticles and low concentration of anionic nanoparticles are found to have no effect on the blood-brain barrier integrity, whereas high concentration of anion nanoparticles and cationic nanoparticles are toxic for the blood-brain barrier. Whether we are expecting that my Suvarna nanoparticles or silver nanoparticles should cross the blood-brain barrier. If it would really cross, it would have damaged the things very badly. They should not cross actually, because we don't know what is the exact impact of those nano gold or nano silver or any nanoparticles from the bhasmas, how it is going to impact the nervine tissues or nervine cells. Even people, we are using curcumin, nano curcumin people are using. Actually, it doesn't pass the blood-brain barrier. It needs a specific property, a specific matrix to cross the blood-brain barriers. And thankfully, our medicines, our nanoparticles, they are not crossing the blood-brain barrier, they are neutral. So, actually use of, because what happens, now I had, in the last 4-5 months when there were admissions for BMS, one parent came and with the student that now Ayurveda is very advanced and it is developing nanoparticles, I want an admission in Ayurveda for this thing. So what happens, it reflects very badly into the society. When we are not into that and we are working on nanoparticles, one day we may develop. We may have a nanoparticles with the liposomes and all these things, carrying the things. It would happen, it can happen. But today it's not. Nanoparticle is not, it can't be outdated. But today our medicines, in the way we are creating our bhasmas or even nanoparticles from the herbs, we don't know their mode of actions. We don't know whether it is going to cross the placental barrier also. Because if I am giving Suvarna Bhasma to a pregnant lady, I don't know whether my nanoparticle is going to cross the placental barrier. I don't know whether it is going to cross the blood-brain barrier. It would be highly toxic if it is passing the placental barrier. So all these things are to be taken into consideration when so we should not be behind the analysis. Nanoparticles are there in talcum powder also. Whatever we apply on the face. It also has nanoparticles. But it doesn't mean that it will elicit a pharmacological response. So nanoparticles are there in the bhasmas, but whether they are eliciting a pharmacological response or not, it is not yet proven, neither it is studied. Now, lastly, this is Lohana Maranam Sreshtaha Sarvesham Rasabhasmana Mulibhi Madhyama Prahu Kanishtam Gandhakadibihi Ari Lohena Lohasya Maranam Durganam Pradam. We can prepare bhasmas by these 4 means, maybe by use of parat, maybe use of metals, maybe use of Ari Loha, or maybe use of Vanaspati Mari. We can then make it standard. In a standard process, we can make it. What about the efficacy? They told that Ari Lohena Lohasya Maranam Durgunam Pradam. With the standardization test, whether we are going to get analyzed that Maranam Durgunam Pradam and Lohana Maranam Srishtaha. We can't do it. We are not able to do it. We should be able to do it. Our research projects should go in this direction where Ayurveda properties mentioned for our bhasmas, that is maybe Sukshmatma, maybe Yogavahi, maybe Laghutva, all these properties should be elected very correctly. And that should be our aim going for the standardization. Otherwise, we are just copying whatever are the standards mentioned. For what purpose? My brother who is in pharmacology, once he came in my lab and he told that we are using this machine XRD for identifying the impurities. I told him, your impurities are our purities. Because we are intentionally adding those impurities in our medicines. So this way we have to, I think we should go for the standardization aspects. And when it comes to the standardization, when it comes to the bhasma specifically, there should be a batch size specific, as oxidation rate may be different if different sizes and the hertz differ. When the putas differ, the batch size differs, the standardization changes. This will have a direct impact on the composition of the bhasmas. In each cycle, the oxidation process progress is a complex way. The oxidation rates are determined by various physical process, that is gas absorption, solid state diffusion, etc. So, it's very important that these are affected by the factors like clean, temperature, particle size, surface characters, and oxide scale, reaction time, and the gas composition. The oxidation rate of a large number of metals at temperature below 400 is known to follow logarithm time dependence. So all these factors are to be brought when we are doing standardization of the herbo-mineral components or mineral components or purely herbal components. So this was all about. And as I told you, see now in this graph, you can see this is Suvarnamakshi graph. And this graph, you can see that the line, see the line. There is a gap between the lower margin and this line is showing the crystalline nature of the, this line should start from this 0, but it is starting from 200, 300. So this shows that there are a lot of amorphous substances into the bhasmas, whatever. This, for many bhasmas we have seen it. Then, I'm not going to, yes, I told you that this was the study, that is barley with cow urine, barley with cow dung and barley with plain water. You can see that the aluminium trioxide, ppm 2900, in urine, in cow dung it was 3000 and in water it was nil. And you can see the other parameters. So this is how the collection methods are to be standardized. If you are collecting, how the people are collecting the herbs, we don't know. How the urine is collected, we don't know. How the cow dung is collected, we don't know. So this aluminium has come into play, which is not expected at all. So these are very important things which are to be focused. These are the missing links which are to be focused. Specifically about the standardization of Pathya Kalpana, specifically thinking about the nanoparticles. So these thought process should be given, and then we can go for a proper Ayurvedic way of standardization. What we are doing is a modern way of standardization where Ayurvedic concepts are not highlighted very correctly. So these are the high-end instrumentations we have at our lab. And thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Your session was truly enlightening for our audience. I have a small announcement to make. The parallel sessions which are scheduled for today will begin at 4 p.m. sharp at PGIA building. So those who are being allotted with the sessions of co-chairperson, chairperson and keynote, and also those who are allotted with paper presentation, kindly proceed at around 4 p.m. Towards the college building. The transportation facility is available outside the auditorium. Moving ahead, for our final keynote speaker, Dr. Pratibha Shah, an internationally renowned Ayurveda expert with over 35 years of practice. As founder and president of Holistic Health Alliance and Council for Ayurveda Research, Dr. Shah has tirelessly promoted Ayurveda in the West, earning recognition at the White House and World Health Organization. Today, Dr. Shah will deliver her keynote address on a cross-sectional synopsis on the availability and use of Ayurveda products in the United States of America. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Pratibha Shah. Over to you, ma'am.
Hello, am I audible? Thank you. Can I get some water? Can I get some water? कुछ भी चलेगा. Bye. Good afternoon, everyone. Is everyone awake or sleeping? I hope everyone is awake. This is a very odd time during the day. First, I want to thank the organizers of today's conference, Vice Chancellor Prajapati ji, Namaskar, and big thanks to you and your team for organizing this very important session. I have been listening very intently to all the previous speakers. Is there an echo in my voice? No? Can I get a hand mic, actually? Hand mic, please. Huh? अच्छा. So, अभी के जितने भी सेशंस हुए हैं, काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट सेशंस हुए हैं. डॉक्टर सबनीस, डॉक्टर सावरकर जी, डॉक्टर रमन सिंह जी, मंथन वाले लेक्चर्स हुए हैं, काफ़ी थॉट प्रोवोकिंग है, एंड आई होप एवरीबडी हैज़ बीन लिसनिंग इंटेंटली, बिकॉज बहुत समय हो गया है। हिंदी में बोलूँ या अंग्रेज़ी में, पहले ये बताइए। मिक्स। सो बहुत समय हो गया है हम लोगों को आयुर्वेद का विकास का प्रयत्न करते हुए, तो अब ये समय आ गया है कि हम देखें कि कहाँ पे गैप्स हैं, जैसा डॉक्टर सबनिस बता रहे थे, और गैप्स बहुत डीप हैं। पहले मैं कुछ अभी जो टॉपिक्स पे बात हुई है उस पे थोड़ा सा कुछ टिप्पणी करना चाहती हूँ, उसके बाद आई विल गो टू माय प्रेजेंटेशन, क्योंकि इतने इम्पॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स बोले गए हैं कि इस पे बोलना ज़रूरी है। देखिए, आप लोग काफ़ी लोग स्टूडेंट्स हैं यहाँ पे, एमडी और पीएचडी के स्टूडेंट्स हैं, तो ये आपके लिए समय बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है, क्योंकि अभी आप क्यूरियस हैं, बाद में आप सेट हो जाएंगे। तो इस समय आप लोगों को जो गैप्स हैं, अगर आप समझेंगे इसके बारे में, तो आयुर्वेद का बहुत भला हो सकता है। तो कुछ पॉइंट्स मैं बताना चाहूँगी, और उसके पहले थोड़ा सा अपनी जर्नी के बारे में बताना चाहूँगी। मैं एनआईए की ग्रेजुएट हूँ, वेरी प्राउडली। मैंने वहाँ से एमडी किया रसशास्त्र में, 1993 में मैंने कंप्लीट किया, और मेरा थीसिस का विषय था अंतर्धूम ताम्र सिंदूर और उसका अपस्मार के ऊपर क्लिनिकल ट्रायल। बहुत बड़ा टॉपिक था, क्योंकि मैंने इसका टेम्परेचर स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन भी किया था। अंतर्धूम ताम्र सिंदूर कोई नहीं बनाता था, तो बनाया उसको। मुझे काफ़ी वार्न किया गया कि आपके ऊपर कुपी फट जाएगी और ये हो जाएगा वो हो जाएगा, बट बनाया। और उसका सवाई मानसिंह हॉस्पिटल में जयपुर में न्यूरोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट में बहुत बड़ी बात थी। आयुर्वेदा ड्रग कंट्रोलर से परमिशन लेके, और उस समय बाबरी मस्जिद भी हुआ, कर्फ्यू पास ले लेके मैंने अपनी भस्मों की पुड़ियाँ मैंने अपने रोगियों तक पहुँचाई। तो काफ़ी इंटरेस्टिंग जर्नी थी। उसका जिक्र मैं इसलिए कर रही हूँ क्योंकि टॉपिक में आप देखिए मैंने अपस्मार वर्ड का यूज़ किया है, ग्रैंड माल एपिलेप्सी वर्ड यूज़ नहीं किया। ये बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि ये हमारे लिए, हमको बहुत सरल लगता है कई बार कि हिंदी और अंग्रेज़ी एक साथ हमने बोल दिया और वो एक ही बात हो गई। अपस्मार और ग्रैंड माल एपिलेप्सी कोरिलेटेबल हैं, सेम नहीं है। तमक श्वास और एज़मा कोरिलेट कर सकते हैं पर सेम नहीं है। ये बात जानना बहुत ज़रूरी है। आई होप एवरीबडी इज़ अंडरस्टैंडिंग एंड अप्रिशिएटिंग what I am trying to say, what my previous speakers have beautifully said. तो ये आप गांठ बांध के रखिए। देखिए हम क्या है, वो एक कहावत है कि अंग्रेज़ चले गए और अपनी अंग्रेजियत छोड़ गए यहाँ पे हमारे लिए। तो जो मॉडर्न रिसर्च के नाम पे जो गोल्ड स्टैंडर्ड है, रैंडमाइज कंट्रोल ट्रायल, नाम सुना होगा आपने, डबल ब्लाइंड रैंडमाइज कंट्रोल ट्रायल, ये हमारी पैथी के लिए बना नहीं है। तो आप उल्टे मत लटकिए कि हमें आरसीटीज करने हैं अपने आप को प्रूव करने के लिए, यहाँ पे गलती हो जाती है। हम काफ़ी समय से, कई शतकों से हम एक स्क्वायर शेप में सर्कल को घुसेड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, तो उसमें असफलता हाथ लगेगी, बार बार हाथ लगेगी। ये समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है मेरे हिसाब से, इन माय वेरी हम्बल ओपिनियन, कि ये आप मत करिए। अभी डॉक्टर सबनिस ने बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स रेज किए हैं। देखिए आयुर्वेदा का जो फ्रेमवर्क है ना, वो वेस्टर्न पैथी से बिल्कुल नहीं मिलता। पंचमहाभूत से लेके पंच तन्मात्रा, जो पंचविंशति पुरुष से लेके जो हमारा फ्रेमवर्क है, अप्रोच है, वो वेस्टर्न मेडिसिन से कहीं मेल नहीं खाता। वेस्टर्न मेडिसिन है रिडक्शनिस्ट और हम हैं होलिस्टिक। तो फ्रेमवर्क से जो शुरुआत होती है वो आगे तक बहुत बड़े फंडामेंटल डिफरेंसेस हैं। तो अगर हम उस बात को समझेंगे नहीं और इंटरनलाइज नहीं करेंगे तो हम एक मृत तृष्णा के पीछे भागते रहेंगे और वो कभी सक्सेसफुल नहीं होंगे। आप लोग समझ रहे हैं प्लीज़ इस बात को, कि आप अगर इस चीज़ को परस्यू करेंगे कि हमें इस चीज़ में फिट करना है, इस चीज़ में प्रूव करना है, इस यार्ड स्टिक को हमें मेजर करना है, तो ये नहीं हो पाएगा और फिर आप कहेंगे कि आयुर्वेद साइंस नहीं है। आप एक स्क्वायर पेग में एक सर्कल को डालने की कोशिश करते रहेंगे और कहेंगे हमें सक्सेस नहीं मिल रही, तो नहीं मिलेगी। इसके लिए आप तैयार रहिए। तो बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम अपने जो फंडामेंटल प्रिंसिपल्स हैं इनको हम समझें और सबसे पहले हम उनको रेस्पेक्ट करें। क्या हम अपने फंडामेंटल प्रिंसिपल्स को रेस्पेक्ट करते हैं? ये एक सवाल हर एक को पूछना चाहिए आयुर्वेद में। सूक्ष्म का मतलब नैनो नहीं है, लघुत्व का मतलब नैनो नहीं है। उसको एक जब आप बना देंगे तो आप नैनो के पीछे ही भागेंगे, ठीक है। एक्टिव प्रिंसिपल ढूंढने के चक्कर में कुर्क्यूमिन एक बायोफ्लैवोनॉइड है हल्दी में, उसमें 256 और है, उसका क्या? और वो जब आपस में साथ में होते हैं तो वो किस तरह बिहेव करते हैं, ये आपने कभी सोचा? तो एक तरफ तो आप होलिस्टिक की बात कर रहे हैं, ऊपर से जो आपकी जो दवाइयाँ हैं उनको आप स्ट्रिप करते जा रहे हैं। अभी आपको पता होगा डेनमार्क में अश्वगंधा को बैन कर दिया है। किस वजह से किया है उस पर भी बहुत चर्चाएं हो रही हैं, उसमें मैंने भी कई जगह बोला है। तो ये इसलिए हो रहा है कि आप अपने सिस्टम को पहले खुद ही नहीं समझ पा रहे हैं, तो आप दूसरे को कैसे समझाएंगे? ये बहुत फंडामेंटल बातें हैं और इसको हम एक क्या कहते हैं कि सिस्टेमिक थिंकिंग। सिस्टेमिक थिंकिंग का मतलब है कि आप जूम आउट करिए, पहले अपने सिस्टम का एक फ्रेमवर्क देखिए पूरे में एज अ होल। ये फ्रेमवर्क क्या है? बहुत ही ऑर्गेनिक फ्रेमवर्क है। ऑर्गेनिक फ्रेमवर्क में आप हमेशा प्रेडिक्ट नहीं कर सकते। जैसे आप ह्यूमन बीइंग के अंदर एक चीज़ जब आप डालते हैं तो वो किस तरह बिहेव करती है, वो बहुत ही ऑर्गेनिक प्रोसेस होता है। उसमें कितनी सारी चीज़ें इन्वॉल्व हैं, उस समय आपका बायोकेमिस्ट्री कैसा है, किस तरह का बायो फीडबैक जा रहा है ब्रेन को, उसका फिर क्या आउटकम आएगा, बहुत ही कॉम्प्लेक्स मैकेनिज्म है। आप खुद ही लीनियर फॉर्मेट को अगर आप परस्यू कर रहे हैं तो आप होल सिस्टम को आप कैसे जस्टिस देंगे? बहुत सोचने वाली बात है। अभी मैं स्लाइड्स करने के पहले एक चीज़ और आप लोगों के साथ शेयर करना चाहती हूँ। आपने मॉर्निंग में मेरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का नाम सुना होगा, ग्लोबल काउंसिल फॉर आयुर्वेदा रिसर्च। इसका MOU साइन हुआ है। तो बहुत सालों से हम लोग इस चीज़ को US में, अच्छा मेरा अगेन थोड़ा सा बैकग्राउंड ये है, मैं यहाँ आयुष मिनिस्ट्री में थी 13 साल। मैं चीफ मेडिकल ऑफिसर थी न्यू दिल्ली में और मैं मनोज नेसरी की बैचमेट हूँ। हम लोग 12 लोग सेलेक्ट हुए थे ऑल ओवर इंडिया। मनोज नेसरी और डॉक्टर दिनेश कटोच, हम लोग सब एक ही बैच के हैं। 2004 में मुझे सब छोड़ के US जाना पड़ा फैमिली की वजह से। तो 2004 से मैं US में ही हूँ। MD रसशास्त्र में है और वहाँ जाके मैंने मास्टर्स इन पब्लिक हेल्थ किया, इंटरनेशनल हेल्थ में। और मैं वहाँ कंसल्ट करती हूँ, प्रैक्टिस करती हूँ, टीच करती हूँ और आयुर्वेद का जामा ओढ़े रहती हूँ हर समय, ताकि जो मुझसे बात करे वो आयुर्वेद से परिचित हो जाए। तो ग्लोबल काउंसिल फॉर आयुर्वेदा रिसर्च में हमारी ये एक एफर्ट रही है कि होल सिस्टम्स रिसर्च, ये वर्ड सुना होगा आपने, होल सिस्टम्स रिसर्च। अगर नहीं सुना तो आप इसको लिख लीजिए और इसको गूगल करके देखें। होल सिस्टम्स रिसर्च की 20 साल से शायद बात चल रही है। अब फाइनली NIH US में सबसे बड़ी बॉडी ऑफ हेल्थ है, नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ हेल्थ, उसकी एक ब्रांच है NCCIH, नेशनल सेंटर फॉर कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री एंड इंटीग्रेटिव हेल्थ। फाइनली अब जाके नवंबर 1 को NCCIH ने नवंबर 1 के 2 महीना पहले उन्होंने एक कोएलिशन फॉर होल पर्सन हेल्थ रिसर्च लॉन्च किया। कोएलिशन यानी ग्रुप, और उसमें एक ग्रुप जिसको इनवाइट किया गया वो हमारा ग्रुप था और सिर्फ हमारा ग्रुप आयुर्वेद को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा था। तो 80 ग्रुप्स में से नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ हेल्थ में ग्लोबल काउंसिल फॉर आयुर्वेदा रिसर्च ने आयुर्वेद का झंडा ले जाके गाड़ा वहाँ पे। तो 1 तारीख को NIH का जो हेड ऑफिस है बेथेस्डा में, वहाँ पे मीटिंग थी। मैं एक दिन के लिए फ्लाई करके गई और उस हिस्टोरिक मीटिंग में आयुर्वेद को रिप्रेजेंट किया। और अब उस होल सिस्टम पर्सन्स रिसर्च की का ग्रुप बन चुका है और अब उसके और मीटिंग्स होंगे। एक मीटिंग अब कल हुआ है जो मैं नहीं अटेंड कर पाई। तो ये बहुत बड़ी बात है क्योंकि उस तरफ वाले भी यानी वेस्टर्न साइड वाले भी इस बात को समझ रहे हैं कि होल सिस्टम्स के फ्रेमवर्क में RCT मॉडल फिट नहीं होता, या होल सिस्टम्स जो होल सिस्टम्स हैं वो RCT मॉडल में फिट नहीं होते। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। आप इस चीज़ को अब थोड़ा सोच के अगर देखें तो अभी तक जो आप लोगों से पूछा जाता था कि आपने कोई डबल ब्लाइंडेड RCT स्टडी करी है क्या, वो अब नहीं पूछा जाएगा। ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। तो होल सिस्टम्स रिसर्च का फ्रेमवर्क बन के तैयार हो रहा है, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। तो आप अगर अपना झंडा खुद नहीं फहराएंगे, अब वहाँ जाके हम लोगों ने झंडा फहराया तो उन्होंने उसको माना, तो ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि आत्मविश्वास बहुत ज़रूरी है। अच्छा टाइम की वार्निंग मिल गई है, तो मैं अब अपने प्रेजेंटेशन पे जाती हूँ। मैं काफ़ी इंस्पायर हो गई थी डॉक्टर सबनिस और डॉक्टर सावरकर से और डॉक्टर रमन सिंह जी, सबके विचार बहुत अच्छे थे। अब मैं अपने टॉपिक पे थोड़ा सा, मेरे स्लाइड्स बहुत थोड़े हैं, मैंने 20 मिनट्स के लिए प्रिपेयर किया था, बट औरों से इंस्पिरेशन लेके मैंने कहा 10 मिनट मैं भी एक्स्ट्रा ले सकती हूँ, ठीक है। तो जहाँ तक आयुर्वेद मार्केट का सवाल है, मैं आज US की मार्केट के बारे में थोड़ा आप लोगों के साथ शेयर करना चाह रही हूँ। आप देखिए जो प्रोजेक्शंस हैं वो अभी नंबर्स में थोड़े से शेयर करूँगी, लेकिन सबसे ज़्यादा जो चीज़ ड्राइव कर रही है वो है कंज्यूमर प्रेफरेंस। उसको मैंने बोल्ड किया हुआ है अगर आप देखें, ठीक है। कंज्यूमर्स वहाँ पे उनकी डिमांड बढ़ रही है और हालांकि आयुर्वेदा अभी भी US में लाइसेंस नहीं है, लेकिन कंज्यूमर जो जनरल पब्लिक है वो चाह रहे हैं कि क्योंकि वेस्टर्न मेडिसिन में उनको आंसर्स नहीं मिल रहे हैं, तो आयुर्वेद को ढूंढ रहे हैं, आयुर्वेद के पास जा रहे हैं, उसको समझ रहे हैं। और क्योंकि योगा बहुत वाइड स्प्रेड है, योगा के थ्रू मैं योगा स्कूल्स में भी आयुर्वेद को पढ़ाने के लिए बुलाया जाता है मुझे कई बार, तो उसके योगा बहुत फैला हुआ है, तो उसकी वजह से आयुर्वेद के बारे में लोगों को काफ़ी जानकारी मिल रही है। ये कुछ जनरल चीज़ें हैं, मैं अभी नंबर्स पे आती हूँ। तो अगर मार्केट रिसर्च के डिफरेंट जो ग्रुप्स हैं उनके प्रोजेक्शंस अगर आप देखें तो एनीवेयर फ्रॉम 14 बिलियन इन 2023 टू कंपाउंड एनुअल ग्रोथ रेट ऑफ 27.2%, उसका जो प्रोजेक्शन है तो 27 बिलियन तक भी बताया गया है। तो एवरेज अगर आप मान के चलें तो कम से कम 20 बिलियन US डॉलर का मार्केट है 2030 में। तो बहुत एक्सपोनेंशियल ग्रोथ है आयुर्वेदा की। और जितने भी कंट्रीज़ हैं अगर आप उसमें देखें, ये एक ग्राफ है जो आपको ईयर वाइज दिखा रहा है ग्रोथ, तो इसमें US का पोर्शन सबसे ज़्यादा है। अगर आप देखें नॉर्थ अमेरिका ब्लू में है, ये एक और है फिगर्स जो नॉर्थ अमेरिका का ग्राफ दिखा रहा है। जितने भी इंडिया के बाहर के कंट्रीज़ हैं उसमें US का मार्केट शेयर सबसे बड़ा है, तो वहाँ पे पोटेंशियल बहुत हाई है। और अगर प्रोडक्ट्स के बारे में अगर आप देखें तो मेडिसिनल एक सर्टेन परसेंटेज है और पर्सनल एक सर्टेन परसेंटेज है, तो पर्सनल इज़ हायर देन मेडिसिनल, मतलब कॉस्मेटिक्स या एनर्जी इस टाइप की जो कैटेगरी है वो ज़्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग है वर्सेस मेडिसिनल कैटेगरी। अभी वहाँ पे क्या फैक्टर्स हैं जो अफेक्ट करते हैं वहाँ पे प्रोडक्ट्स को? लीगल फ्रेमवर्क, रेगुलेटरी गाइडलाइंस, सेफ्टी कंसर्न्स एंड इम्पोर्ट एंड एक्सपोर्ट रेगुलेशंस, ब्रॉडली स्पीकिंग बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स हैं बट ये मेन है। तो इनको सरपास करते हुए जो वहाँ पे कंपनीज ऑपरेट कर रही हैं, मैंने 6-7 कंपनी लिस्ट की हैं। एक है बैनियन बोटानिकल्स जो बहुत बड़ा मैन्युफैक्चरर है, यूएस बेस्ड ही है, गोरे लोगों मतलब ओनरशिप तो शायद पटेल है बट मोस्ट ऑफ द अदर पीपल आर ऑल यूएस बेस्ड अमेरिकन्स। और ये सिंगल हर्ब्स भी बनाते हैं, एकल द्रव्य जिसको हम कहते हैं, अश्वगंधा, शतावरी और कुछ सिंपल पॉलीहर्बल्स, त्रिफला वगैरह, और कुछ थोड़े बहुत कुछ पेटेंटेड प्रोडक्ट्स भी हैं इनके। ये वन ऑफ द मोर पॉपुलर कंपनीज आई वुड से। उसके बाद हिमालय वेलनेस, हमारे डॉक्टर अशोक हैं यहाँ पे, फाउंडेड इन इंडिया इन 1930। अभी यूएस में काफ़ी पॉपुलर है, काफ़ी लोग इसको यूज़ करते हैं। इनके प्रोडक्ट्स के नाम वहाँ पे थोड़े डिफरेंट होते हैं, लिव 52 लिवर केयर है, मेंटैट माइंड केयर है, लाइक दैट थोड़ा चेंज करना पड़ता है उनको वहाँ के कंप्लायंस को मीट करने के लिए। ऑर्गेनिक इंडिया इज़ अनदर वन, दे आर मोर इन सप्लीमेंट साइड, टीज़ वगैरह। महर्षि मापी का आप लोगों ने नाम सुना ही होगा, उनकी भी अच्छी प्रेजेंस है वहाँ पे। केरला आयुर्वेदा यूएसए, ये क्लासिकल कंपनी है, कटरा बिजनेस ग्रुप है उनकी। डाबर इंटरनेशनल है, बैद्यनाथ भी है। और इनकी अवेलेबिलिटी जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन चैनल्स हैं वो स्पेशलिटी स्टोर्स जैसे इंडियन ग्रोसरी स्टोर्स या हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस स्टोर्स, ई कॉमर्स प्लेटफॉर्म्स इनके थ्रू, और डायरेक्ट रिटेल भी कुछ कुछ का है। तो मैंने अभी आने के पहले एक सर्वे क्विकली बनाया था, आई वॉज एक्सट्रीमली बिजी बट आई मेड अ सर्वे एंड सेंट लाइक 4 days बिफोर कमिंग टू 11 टॉप मैन्युफैक्चरर्स इन यूएस। 10 लोगों ने रेस्पॉन्ड किया। बैनियन का अनफॉर्चुनेटली मुझे रेस्पॉन्स आने तक नहीं मिल पाया। तो ये क्वेश्चंस पूछे थे मैंने, अगर आप देखें इसमें है ना, कुछ बहुत रेलेवेंट क्वेश्चंस, जैसे आर यू मैन्युफैक्चरिंग 100% इन द यूएस, रॉ मटेरियल्स कहाँ से लाते हैं, इस टाइप की, आपका एनुअल टर्नओवर क्या है, इस टाइप के क्वेश्चंस मैंने पूछे थे यहाँ पे शेयर करने के लिए। तो इन कंपनीज़ ने मुझे आंसर किया, इसकी लिस्ट आप देख सकते हैं। इसमें हमारे डॉक्टर अमित गुमन भी हैं, यहाँ सामने बैठे हैं, मेरे भाई जैसे हैं, ये भी आगे बोलेंगे। और ये देख सकते हैं आप, आयु मैन्युफैक्चर ऑफ आयुर्वेदिक प्रोडक्ट्स, या आप खाली डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर हैं। तो 20% ने नो बोला, 80% ने यस बोला। आयु मैन्युफैक्चरिंग 100% इन द यूएस, 60% ने नो बोला। इंडिया है ज़्यादातर, और चाइना, एंड there is one that said India, Sri Lanka, China, Egypt, Bulgaria, Mexico, Philippines, Europe, Brazil, इतनी जगहों से इनके रॉ मटेरियल आते हैं। दिस इज कोमल हर्बल्स बाय द वे। तो ये जो लोगों ने जवाब दिया, और ये प्रोजेक्शंस हैं उन कंपनीज़ के, अगर आप देख सकते हैं। आयुष हर्ब्स ने बताया उनका 2030 का टर्नओवर एक्सपेक्टेड है 25 मिलियन। दिस इज़ एन आयुर्वेदिक कंपनी, वी नो दैट पर्सन, डॉक्टर वीरेंद्र सोधी। तो ये लास्ट स्लाइड है मेरी, ये कुछ सजेशंस हैं। अगर आपको आयुर्वेदा ग्लोबलाइज करना है तो एक डेडिकेटेड, ये मेरा सजेशन है, अगर आयुष के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव्स हैं तो वो काइंडली इस चीज़ को नोट करें कि एक ग्लोबल एक्सपेंशन सेल डेडिकेटेड होना चाहिए, जो वहाँ की इंट्रिकेसीज को ठीक से समझें और उसको एड्रेस करें, व्हाट हैज़ वर्क, सक्सेस मॉडल्स को एक्सपेंड करें, और बैरियर्स और चैलेंजेस के ऊपर काम करें। डीपर पेनिट्रेशन, जो अवेलेबल पोर्टल्स हैं, कॉन्फ्रेंसेस हैं, कॉन्सुलेट्स हैं, इंटीग्रेटिव इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं, NCCIH है, गवर्नमेंट NGOs हैं, मतलब गवर्नमेंट एंड NGO बॉडीज़, फोकसिंग ऑन क्वालिटी एंड कंट्रोल, इसके ऊपर तो 50 दिन चर्चा हो सकती है। इन हाउस फिक्सिंग बहुत ज़रूरी है, यहाँ से जो बाहर जाता है वो बहुत ही प्योर होना चाहिए, नहीं तो आयुर्वेद सफ़र करेगा, तो बहुत ज़रूरी है। इन्वेस्टिंग इन सस्टेनेबिलिटी सॉल्यूशंस, हमने सीड बैंक्स के बारे में सुना, लेकिन हम लोग सब जानते हैं जटामानसी रेड जोन में है अभी, गुगलू इज़ ओवर हार्वेस्टेड, बहुत सारी चीज़ें रेड जोन में जा रही हैं। जब तक आप कंपनीज़ को मैंडेट नहीं करेंगे कि वो 5% या कुछ तो लगाएं सस्टेनेबिलिटी में, ये हम लोग वी आर लुकिंग एट अ वेरी बिग प्रॉब्लम। फंडिंग अप्रोप्रिएट रिसर्च, ये अप्रोप्रिएट अंडरस्कोर्ड है यहाँ पे, RCTs नहीं। मॉनिटरिंग साइबर स्पेस, ई मार्केट्स जो हैं वो कुछ भी बेच रहे हैं आजकल, मैं बता रही हूँ आपको, मैं बाहर रहती हूँ, मैं बता सकती हूँ आपको, कुछ भी बिकता है आयुर्वेद के नाम पे, तो वो ओवरसाइट बहुत ज़रूरी है, वो नई प्रॉब्लम है, एमर्जिंग प्रॉब्लम। एंड डेवलपिंग कंज्यूमर अवेयरनेस प्रोग्राम्स, वो भी बहुत ज़रूरी है। थैंक यू। Any questions I can stay, or if you're running out of time I can take my seat. Huh? Any questions? हम तो एडवोकेट करते हैं और हम खाते भी हैं। क्वेश्चन ये है, अमेरिका में घी खाते हैं क्या? घी की एक्चुअली बहुत सारी कंपनीज आ गई हैं अमेरिका में। हाँ, A2 घी की कंपनी लोकल है वहाँ पे अब, और एक कंपनी जो जिन्होंने सर्वे लिया वो 3 पीढ़ियों से घी बना रहे हैं। नहीं, प्योर इंडियन फूड्स का घी देखिए, कल्चर्ड घी है, बिलोना नहीं है बट कल्चर्ड है। हाँ, लेकिन बटर मेल्ट करके नहीं बना रहे हैं, वो एक अलग वेव चली हुई है। बटर मेल्ट कर दो, मैं अपने सब स्टूडेंट्स को बोलती हूँ कि बटर ला के पिघला दिया वो घी नहीं होता। हाँ, वो नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं, उसके गुण घी वाले होंगे ही नहीं, वो लघु नहीं होगा, सूक्ष्म नहीं होगा, बिल्कुल नहीं होगा। नहीं, हम जैसे लोग तो बोलते हैं कि भाई ये घी नहीं है, बट अच्छे घी मिलते हैं। जो मैं लेती हूँ ये प्योर इंडियन वाला, ये पीला दानेदार बहुत अच्छा घी होता है, मिल जाता है। और वरना अमेज़ॉन तो है ही है, वहाँ पे बिलोना घी मिल जाता है, बहुत सारे कंपनी। और कोई क्वेश्चन? थैंक यू फॉर लिसनिंग। थैंक यू।
Thanks a lot, ma'am, to giving us a bird's eye view of perspective of Ayurveda in the West. Moving on to provide us with the expert comments and insights on the discussions we have had today, may I respectfully invite our chairperson for this session, Professor Dr. Arun Kumar Tripathi sir, to kindly share his thoughts. Over to you, sir.
Respected panelists, Professor Savrikar sir, Professor Shah sitting in the audience, Dr. Sabnis, Dr. Chauhan, Dr. Pratibha, Dr. Nandan Sharma ji, and esteemed dignitaries in the dais, and dear participants and students. It is a matter of great pleasure to be here in this august gathering and a well opportune subject seminar organized by this esteemed university. A very good deliberations being made by the learned researchers and scholars like Professor Savrikar sir and his team, his associate worker, and very valid points have been raised regarding the standardization of the drug. But I am a clinician. For the last 40 and more than 40 years I have been in clinical practice. My view is slightly different. All these research standards are just merely for the analytical purpose and for some solitary areas, some biomarkers, some isolated particles. Maybe this is again an important area and need of the hour. But as a clinician, I am more concerned about the safety of the patient. I have been director of the state of Uttarakhand for 7 years. drug controller again for more than 2 years. My Uttarakhand government state pharmacy is there. More than 500 pharmacies are there in my state of Uttarakhand. I visited many of the pharmacies also. I governed my state Ayurvedic pharmacy also. I purchased a lot of raw drug also across the India. I have a state drug testing laboratory also, where many a time what I purchased by tendering process subjected to the analysis by my own state drug testing laboratory, and many a time those drugs were not found up to the standard. So this is a big concern. Even my own Rishikul pharmacy purchased a raw drug, and I have a distinguished panel of experts from Dravgun and Rasas to just validate before purchasing the drugs the sample provided by the tenderers. And many a time those samples were either substituted or misnomers or below the standards. So this kind of scenario is existing in every state across the India. So big challenge is there, and we need a solution. So I must congratulate the esteemed Vice Chancellor and his team to select this topic, very, very relevant, and very long deliberations are still required to achieve the solutions. My concern is how the patient is made safe, because using the Ayurvedic drugs, what many a time being labeled as using mercury, materials, minerals, and they are not safe to the patient. So as a clinician, I always afraid of prescribing our patient drugs from some common pharmacies. Usually nowadays, the pharmacies which are equipped with a very, very good labs and have solid foundation of their research background of their product. So usually clinicians are now preferring those products having some confidence to be safe for their patient. So this kind of research has to be go to long way to establish the product to safe. And again, on the contrary, there is very daring need how a raw material, a safe raw material, a good quality raw material can be made available. Because many of the potential drugs are now at the verge of extinction. Their quality, their safety, their availability are still a big challenge. You go in the market, you can purchase tons of the dasmul kwath, but you cannot find even half of that individual ingredients in the market. So how this kind of, I should call it jugglery, is going on in the market, and we are all being concerned and suffering this kind of menace. So this kind of approach, this kind of seminars, more and more seminars are required, more and more deliberations are required. Our students are made available. How the rasas and Ayurvedic drugs standard were laid those days, we are not following even our own pharmacies. As the point raised by our learned speaker, Professor Savrikar sir, the collection of the drug, it is a big challenge. Because the Shastra says this kind of drugs has to be collected in a particular season, in a particular manner, in a particular condition, and has to be procured in a particular given condition. So these things are mostly overlooked. because the scarcity of the sample is there. Whatever is available, they are collecting. Who is collecting? The grassroots worker, laborer is collecting. He is not well aware, he is simply made aware that this is drug of this kind and you just have to procure it. So whatever is coming to the market is thrown in the pharmacy, and pharmacy people are bound to prepare the medicines, maybe standard, and what kind of standard they are having. I have personally visited many of the pharmacies, so I am personally more concerned, and I am very much happy and appreciate this kind of seminar and approach being presented here. I must thanks to the all presenters and the esteemed delegates. So, and thanks to the organizer for inviting me also. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. Now, I would please request Dr. Raghunandan Sharma, sir, to present a token of gratitude to Dr. Mukund Sabnis, sir. A big round of applause, please. Thank you. May I request Dr. Joban Kishore Modha, sir, to please present a token of gratitude to Dr. Pratibha Shah, ma'am. May I please request Dr. Arun Tripathi, sir, to please present a memento to Dr. Raghunandan Sharma, sir. I again request Dr. Arun, sir, to please present a memento to Joban Kishore Modha, sir. May I please call upon Dr. Chandrabhushan Jha, sir, to kindly present a token of thanks to Dr. Arun Tripathi, sir. Now, may I please request Dr. S.S. Savrikar, sir, to please present a token of gratitude to very cooperating Dr. C.B. Shah, sir, please.
May I now request Organizing Secretary Dr. Manisha ma'am to kindly present certificates and memento to Coordinator Dr. Saurabh Agarwal sir. Thank you, ma'am. May I request HOD Professor Dr. Harish Kumar Singhal sir to kindly present certificate and memento to co-coordinator Dr. Hemant Menaria.
Thank you, sir. As we come to the end of this first plenary session, on behalf of Postgraduate Institute of Ayurveda and Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan Rajasthan Ayurveda University, I'd like to convey my gratitude to the guest of honor, Dr. Chandrabhushan Jha sir, the chairperson of today's session, Professor Arun sir, the co-chairperson of today's session, Dr. Raghunandan sir and Dr. Joban sir, and our keynote speakers, Dr. Raman sir, Professor Dr. Savrikar sir, Dr. Mukund sir, and Dr. Pratibha ma'am for sharing your thoughts and enlightening our curious audience. I would also like to present my gratitude to Honorable Vice Chancellor DSRRU, Professor Vaidya Pradeep Kumar Prajapati sir, without whom this seminar wouldn't have been possible. The entire team of Rash Shastra and Bhashya Kalpana Department and Dravya Guna Department, who has worked tirelessly to weave this grand event together. I would also like to convey my thanks to all the PG scholars, students, IT team, all the employees of the university for arranging everything. In the end, most importantly, I would like to convey my gratitude to the patients audience who have been with us throughout the event. Thank you. I am Dr. Saurabh Agrawal signing off and wish you all a great evening ahead. Thank you. There will be a 10 to 15 minutes break. The high tea is arranged in the VIP tent on your right side. Kindly proceed towards the VIP tent for your high tea, please. Soon after your high tea, kindly be present here for the second plenary session.
University, Jaipur, Professor Sanjeev Kumar Sharma, sir. Sir is a very distinguished expert of Ayurveda surgery. Sir, may I request you to grace the chair as a chairperson? To welcome, sir, I request organizing chairman, Professor Dr. Govind Sai Shukla, sir, to kindly welcome, sir, by handing over a bouquet. Thank you, sir. Supporting our chairperson of session, we have Dr. Venkat Narayan Joshi, Director of Association of Ayurveda Academy, as co-chairperson of session. May I request sir to kindly grace the chair as co-chairperson. May I again request organizing chairman Shukla sir. Sir, may I request you again to welcome our co-chairperson, Dr. Venkat Narayan Joshi ji. Now for the talks of this session, may I call upon stage Dr. Subrata De sir, former HOD of Department of Pharmaceutical Chemistry, ITRA, Jamnagar, who has published more than 25 papers of prestige and recipient of awards for his work in the area of standardization and quality control of Ayurvedic drugs, natural products and medicinal plants. We welcome you, sir. I request Director CHRD, Dr. Rakesh Kumar Sharma sir, to kindly welcome Dr. Subrata De sir. Now may I request to Professor Anand Chaudhary sir, Professor of Rasa Shastra and Bhaishyaji Kalpana Department, Faculty of Ayurveda, BHU, Varanasi. His third area of research is quality, safety and efficacy of Ayurvedic formulations. For his welcome, I request Professor Dr. Harish Kumar Singhal sir, HOD, Komar Bharati Department. May I now request Dr. Prashant Sarkar, Professor and HOD, Department of Rasa Shastra, J.B. Roy State, Ayurveda Medical College, Kolkata. Dr. Sarkar's research area of work is characterization and evaluation of nanoparticles in the basmas. For his welcome, may I request Professor Sanjay Agarwal sir, NIA, Jaipur. Professor Sanjay Agarwal sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. So without much ado, as we have been here since morning, let's start with the first talk of the day, titled as Quality Control and Standardization of Aspects of Single Herbal Drugs with special reference to their constraints, by Dr. Subrata De.
Good afternoon, everybody. Since my previous speakers has made my job very easy, particularly Dr. Sabnis, he has also given a lot of things explained about that quality control and standardization. So, yet I'll just try to focus on some of the points, particularly on the constants, and those which have been mentioned by Dr. Sabnis and other speakers. I'll try to give some few examples of those. So as we all know, what is the main objective of quality control and quality assurance is to control the quality of a product and to confirm that the product is a quality product. So when we do the quality control of a product, what do we expect from that product? Naturally, the expectations are, if it is a raw material, that it should be an authentic product, or if it is a finished product, then the product should be authentic. Then it should produce the desired side effect, a desired effect. And the third one, it should be devoid of any undesired or toxic effect. If we can fulfill this expectation, I think to a greater extent, we'll be able to directly or indirectly control this product. And once, because now I will be mainly considering focus on the herbal drugs of single origin. I will not go with that products mainly. Basically, this quality control, it's a check function which is carried out at different stages, and the purpose is to control batch to batch variation and to produce the product of uniform quality. Now to get this, what we have to do, we have to standardize the protocols so that we can do this check function properly. In case of Ayurvedic drugs, it's difficult, very difficult to prescribe a comprehensive analytical protocol like allopathic drugs that we all know. There are a lot of problems which are inherent problems in it, because one of the important problem what is facing is the limited knowledge about the therapeutically active ingredient or ingredients. Chemical constituents of the medicinal plants are influenced by various factors, and different methods are mentioned in Ayurvedic texts for processing or preparation of the same material, or in case of formulation, like different formulations. Sometimes the detailed method of preparations are not available in the textual method. And what should be the expected quality of the product in very details, so that on the basis of that one can analyze and see that the product is up to the quality mark. Always it's not available. And of course, one of the major problems is the non-availability of the genuine raw material or the specific parts which has been mentioned in the text. The Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia and other pharmacopoeias which has included different herbal some preparations for their monograph has given various parameters. Considering that, since this is organized by the PG department of Rajasthan and Mukund, I thought I'll focus some initial points which may be useful for them to know, like that what are the importance of those parameters in evaluating the quality. Because sometimes people feel that those physicochemical parameters are very simple parameters. Why we should do it and how it is going to serve our purpose. But my point is that we should not neglect it outrightly. Sometimes we find that the sensory characters, simple sensory characters also play important role. say for an example now, suppose for the, particularly for the powder drugs. If you are having, suppose 2 samples, one is of your glycyrrhiza and some other samples which is very bitter. In that case, the sensory character like its taste can give a very big clue about the quality of the product. But of course, the taste of the unknown drugs should not be taken because we don't know if the product is unknown. Unless the product is you are sure about that this product should be either this or this, then only you should test it. And that way, WHO has also recommended that this test should be applied only specifically if it is required for a particular plant material. Otherwise, in routine, this should not be done. The authenticity of the herbal materials are verified through its different macroscopic and diagnostic microscopic characters. Sometimes even these characters also are able to differentiate from related species, adulterant or the substituents as mentioned under the description. Say, if we see the macroscopy, the shape Arjun bark, if we see, it's a flat. Whereas if we see the cassia bark, it is carved. If we see the cinnamon and cascara bark, they are quilled. These are the simple factors, and sometimes you will find if you get the samples from the market, the quilled bark, which is supposed to be quilled, it's only carved one. Or the carved bark, which is supposed to be carved, they are quilled one. So in that case, even in the initial stages also, if we can differentiate, we need not to go for further parameters. The main aim of the identity, purity, and the strength in a monograph of API or other pharmacopoeia, which has been mentioned, herbal monographs, is to ensure through identification, assay, etc., that the article under examination is in agreement what has been mentioned in its definition. This is very important because if we see the monograph of initially they have given the definition, what should be the part, which part should be the used. So unless sometimes what we find that when doing the analysis, sometimes I have seen that analysis, they are not even going through that, what is the definition, what it is expected from that. The quantitative parameters, like they have given various parameters like your foreign matter, LOD, total ash, acid insoluble ash, different extractive values. These are general quality parameters, but sometimes they are also useful in evaluating the quality of the material. The similar way, the foreign matter has also been included as one of the parameters because it is expected that the herbal drug should be free from insect, pest, fungi, microorganism, pesticide, and other animal matters, including animal excreta, soils, the common adulterants like other related species belonging to the same genus, family, or other unrelated species or weeds, plant parts other than the plant part described in the definition. So, while finding out what is the foreign matter percentage, one has to see in details about this. Everybody knows that if the moisture content is high in a sample, then they will face different problems, like it can, even if it is too high, then it can affect the dose also, its stability of the product, and it will be more prone to microbial contamination. The similar way, the ash value, sometimes during the drying the material, while the procurement of the material, if it is not done properly, then also the sand particles and other dust particles, if it comes, then it will give the higher ash value and in turn the higher acid insoluble ash. So if we see the extractive values, suppose in general, this is specifically for the students and all, suppose if in a sample we find that very high water soluble extractive, then we can have an idea that yes, this plant material, that active ingredient, particularly that polar things are in quite high amount. If it is very high, your hexane petroleum ether soluble extractive, then we can find that okay, either it has some fixed oil content is high, volatile oil content is high. Now, natural products are known to contain multiple compounds of varying chemical nature. In such cases, overall chemical profile gives better idea to understand the chemical pharmacological behavior than individual compound. Developing overall chemical profile by suitable chromatographic method emerge as a technique of choice, and that's why we evolved the fingerprint. So the TLC fingerprint with or without marker is a widely accepted method for identification of herbal products, both single drug as well as compound formulations. Now, if we see the marker, sometimes we will find that we have used the marker. But what marker we have used? So usually you will find there are three types of marker. One, it is called as active marker. When you use the active marker, that means it is known or some reported that particular compound has certain effect which is desired. Means it has whatever the effect is desired, at least to certain extent that particular compound is useful in that. The second one, sometimes if the active markers are not available, sometimes the analytical markers are used. Then in this case, analytical markers are when we know that which compound is actually responsible for his pharmacological or therapeutic activity is not known. But there are certain compound is known to be present in that particular plant material, which will help in differentiating the plant material from its adulterants, substitutes and all. In that case, sometimes you will find that markers are used which are not known to have that therapeutic effect for which the plant is used, but yet it can be used for as a analytical markers. And the third one is called the negative marker. When we know that the particular compound is neither playing any role means for its therapeutic activity, but suppose that compound, if it is present, it can give some toxic effect or some allergenic properties to that. In that case, that particular compound should be negative. So we are not using that compound as a marker for directly evaluating the quality of the therapeutic efficacy, but we are evaluating that safety aspect with the help of this negative marker. And with the help of this fingerprinting, sometimes it is possible to differentiate between the adulterants and substitutes and some toxic substances, if it is present, that is also possible to that. But when we do this fingerprinting, TLC profiling, we have to give some acceptance range to that, because we know if we collect the samples from different suppliers, then the active material or particular the marker which you are using, there is every possibility that there will be variation. So when we find out while doing that what should be the marker should be used, but we have to find out that what should be the range of that marker by analyzing the samples obtained from different area, different season, or from the different supplier. Though it's very easy to say, but actually practically it's not that easy task, it's a tedious one. But always it's better to use more than one phytochemical as a marker compound or a group of phytochemical compound. Because then what will happen? That when you use one particular marker compound, that may not be the sufficient, that may not be enough to evaluate its quality. But one thing is very important. So when we use the analytical marker, as I have told, they are used not for finding out that whether they are useful in therapeutic efficacy, but for its analytical purpose. We have to be sure that that particular marker is not easily available in the plant material. Otherwise, it has of no value, because whatever the plant you take it to a small or great extent, that particular marker will be present. So it will be of no use. That we have to confirm before selecting that marker, that it is not easily available in the plant material. And sometimes, though it is easily available to that, then if what we find that in a particular material, that particular compound is present in very high quantity as compared to other material, means then in that case, that type of marker also can be used. And one important thing we have to consider while selecting the marker, that marker, it should not be very easy for the suppliers to take the markers from the outside and mix in the plant material to that. So then again, the purpose will not be solved. So that also has to be considered. When we use that single marker compound, it has certain limitation. I'll just try to give some examples how it happens. As morning, Dr. Sabnis was telling about the withanolide. Yes, if we say that with ashwagandha, it's very almost commonly everybody says that withanolide is present to that. So we take withanolide as one of the markers to that. But there is a report that withanolide-free fraction of that ashwagandha, that is also is reported to give very good adaptogenic activity. And ashwagandha we are using for the adaptogenic activity. So it's not that if we see that if we have used that withafarin as, or withanolide as one of the marker, and it is giving any very, very high quantity. But if we are not getting that other fractions there, because that withanolide-free fraction is also having important or very good adaptogenic activity, so we will not be able to get that entire adaptogenic activity which is expected from that material. Then again another compound of that withafarin A, it possesses very good antibiotic, anti-inflammatory, anti-arthritic activity. And withafarin A has also been reported to possess anti-anxiety activity. So naturally, instead of depending only on the withanolide, when we analyze that ashwagandha, we should use that other 1, 2, 3 compounds, or getting a general profile, not giving only importance to that withanolide. Another example of licorice, if we see the USP 30 monograph, their definition, they say that licorice consists of the roots, rhizomes, and stolons of Glycyrrhiza glabra or Glycyrrhiza urulensis. It contains not less than 2.5% glycyrrhizinic acid, calculated as dried basis. So here the quality is only, which they are mentioning the quality about that, giving that it should not contain less than 2.5% glycyrrhizinic acid. The therapeutic uses, if we see, it has expectorant effect, it is used in peptic ulcer, it is used for the treatment of arthritis and inflammatory condition, reported to have hepatoprotective activity and antiviral. So it is reported means use therapeutic, one of the therapeutic use is in peptic ulcer. Now we'll see that there is another compound, that is deglycyrrhizinated licorice extract, that is DGL extract. It is widely used in peptic ulcer. And if we see the BP reference to that, there they have given the description that deglycyrrhizinated licorice extract contains not less than 0.5% and not more than 2% of total flavonoid. Now if we see this is also having that used in peptic ulcer. Okay. Now, suppose if we see that we have a glycyrrhiza sample which is having, as per the USP, contain more than 2.5% of glycyrrhizinic acid, but comparatively less content of the flavonoid fraction, then that glycyrrhiza or licorice sample may not be suitable for the preparation of DGL. So only saying that glycyrrhiza or glycerin content, we are concentrating to that. And the same thing we are using for different purposes, for the glycyrrhiza extract also or DGL also. Then it may not be suitable, it may not serve our purpose to that. So other limits, the microbial limits, that has also been prescribed in that pharmacopoeia, because generally the herbal materials, specifically for the root materials and all, if we find, if it is not cleaned properly, if they are not in a, if good agricultural practices are not followed, then you will find that they will contain high microbial content to that. Then similarly, aflatoxins are also given as that. Then heavy metal, but heavy metal also depending on the collection place, then what is the practice used, that is also contaminated to that. Now we'll just shift to few examples of other than the plant materials also, though I have mentioned that plant materials, I'll give it, that when we see that ghee, go ghee, you'll find that sometimes there is a problem that whether tallow has been added to that go ghee and all. So we have tried to find out a simple method to find out whether the tallow has been added in the go ghee or not. With the help of HPTLC, you can see with these that you can, with a different combination of ghee and tallow, if we see that spots which has been marked, which is present in the tallow and absent in the ghee. The similar way here also. Now different factors which are affecting to that. Now if we see that in one of our study at GAU, we have find that Nyctanthus arboretis from the same plant, it has been collected at different season, and it's say carrageenan induced rat edema method was evaluated. Then we can see that its activity or the percentage decrease was as low as 9.8%, and in some sample it was as high as 40.95 sample. That means about 4 times more activity in one of the seasonal samples to that. The same way, here a simple GC, you can see it with the eucalyptus leaf samples collected at different season. You can see that it is, say qualitatively it is varying it. Then in another with that Saptaparni sample, Alistonia scholaris, it was collected at within a short period of 15 days from different places. And in all that case, that of course exact age of the plant was not possible, so the mature plants has been taken. And when we find out that, you can see that extractive values from 8.9% to as high as 28%. If you see that non-polar fraction, alkaloid non-polar fraction TLC, that is also variation. If we see the total alkaloid content of that, in one of the sample it was as low as 0.11%. In other 2 samples it was as high as 0.4%. That means 4 times more alkaloids were present. And in this you can see that is even not only that quantity, even the qualitatively also, that in the pattern also there is a variation to that. Now about that gomutro and gomai, that is cow dung, some preparation Dr. Sabnis was telling. Actually that's really very tedious job. Now here what you can say, that what we have done, because when I was working with RMD Research Center, we are having that Goshala. The very good, quite a good number of cows were there. So we have tried to see that how it varies. What we have done, we have selected a particular cow, and 2 consecutive days at the same time, we have collected the urine sample. Now, if you see the pattern, you can see that the cow is the same, the collected time is the same, but their chemical profile is varying to that. Here also the same way with your cow dung. Different samples when you have collected, you see the GC method, how they are varying qualitatively and quantitatively. Here, what we have done, because it is not 3 times in a day, we have collected that your cow dung in 3 different times. Means one early in the morning around 4:30, because usually they say that to do, that is the first time they started. So then the second we have collected in that almost noon, and the third one is the evening time, afternoon. And different days from the same cow. Now you see that, I think this is not easily, means clearly visible, but even there is variation in their chemical profile also. When see that about hibiscus flower, there are different colors of hibiscus flowers are available: red, pink, white, yellow. So in one of our study, we tried to find out whether their antioxidant activity, there is any variation and all. Here you can see that not only the antioxidant activity, but also its total phenolic content also, and total flavonoid content also varies considerably. Now some of the methods of doing the analysis, sometimes when you do the analysis, the usual normal method may not give the desired result. In this we are working on that Panchagarbha Ghrito. Now you can see that this is a simple UV. But when we see that UV pattern as such, we'll just see, okay, they are giving 2 UV peaks to that. But after analyzing it, when you see that, surprisingly we find that the ratio of that 2 peaks, that peak A and B, when we do it, then there is a variation in that Panchagarbha Gito, which is that Mridu, Madhyam and Kharam. So that way we can try to differentiate it. There is one practice, sometimes that Acoras Calamas Bacha that is known. One of the students was telling that in their side, there is they called is Suvarna Bacha. That means when that rhizomes is there, a fine gold thread they insert into that rhizome and they dig it and grow it. So that was the study which carried out to that one that as such as a control, and the other one whether the gold where was inserted and they were cultivated. And when the samples were collected at your 6 months and 18 months, both the samples, I tried to find out that quantitative TLC pattern. You'll be surprised to see that their quantitative TLC pattern also varies to that. Particularly with the gold threaded to that, here you can see that 2 yellow colored spot, which is not there in the other samples, but which is present in that gold wire inserted one. The similar way, when you see that Google processing of the Google, different media has been prescribed to that. So it is very possible that when you do the Shodhan by different method, it can give you different therapeutic activity, because it is also indicated in varying therapeutic activity to that. And this simple TLC, sometimes you can use it for the batch to batch variation at the stages of product development also. This is the study, the 5 batches of one product. This is not HPTLC. This is simple hand-aged TLC it was carried out, but you can see that how you can control the batch to batch, almost similar pattern in 5 different batches you can see to that. So since I have already got a cheat that to finish my lecture, I'm concluding with this, but I acknowledge with my sincere efforts and contributions of my dear colleagues, because it's not a single person job, and my students who were involved in all those study to that. And I want to mention here special thanks to the director, Dr. Prajapati ji, for inviting me in this and giving me this opportunity to share my views with you all. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Day. May I now request our next speaker, Professor Anand Chaudhary, sir, to kindly start with his session. Title of his talk is Regulatory Affairs, a Special Concern with Quality Control of Herbo-Mineral Drugs.
Thanks, ma'am. Respected Chairperson, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sanjeev Sharma ji, Co-Chairperson, Dr. Venkat Joshi, my learned co-speakers, in fact, my senior, Professor Subrat Day, and I'm very happy to share this stage with the Dr. Prashant Sarkar as my co-speaker, and all my teachers sitting in the front row and the friends. My task is now, it is 5:15, I shall try to complete up to within 20 minutes. When I got a letter from the organizing secretary, she asked at what topic you want to speak. I said, it's your wish. Just give me, then she said very casually, sir, सब वही बोलते हैं जो तैयार होता है, आपका जो तैयार हो आप बता दीजिए, हम वही टाइटल आपको दे देंगे। मैं कहा no, never I followed this system. In every title, in every my speech, I prepare separately. So just back 5-6 days, they have suggested me this title. Okay, fine, I shall try my level best to do justice within the 20 minutes. So for the 20 minutes, I have just 21 slides, and I am going to cover all that. Of course, I have been assigned to complete my task at the national level. Certainly, I shall keep myself at the national level, but with some global touch too. Here are the 2 slides, and I hope it is visible to everyone. That is what G20 leaders in Brazil recognize potential of evidence-based traditional medicine. That is the press note of the 19th November 2024. Now, last year G20 leadership was with the India, now it is with the, simply with the Brazil. Everywhere, every forum is talking about the traditional medicine, specifically after the COVID pandemic. And whatsoever the government notification and whatsoever the regulators all over globe of all 5 continents, now they have attention to the regulatory procedures within India for the quality standards of the Ayurvedic medicines. Fine. But before coming to the next, just see today's media report. Honorable President of the Union Republic of India, Madam Draupadi Murmu, yesterday on Wednesday at Puri, Gopbandhu Ayurved Mahavidyalaya, its 75th foundation day, she spoke about the need of researches in Ayurveda. She is not speaking, she is not admiring Ayurveda first time. In the month of October, she was at All India Institute of Ayurveda, and she spoken very high opinion about the Ayurveda and the Ayurvedic medicines. I have gone through just her yesterday's speech. She quoted the examples of her own tribe from where she belonged and the practices for the healing. And now she wants research on all those practices and of course in broader term traditional medicine. Not only this, when policymakers, forget policymakers, high influential personalities, if the Chief Justice, former Chief Justice, just Dr. D.Y. Chandrachud is speaking continuously in the favor of Ayurveda and saying that Ayurveda is not confined to the India only. तो समझ में बात आती है कि आयुर्वेद का परचम या आयुर्वेद का भविष्य कहाँ जा रहा है। मैंने पता कराया कि ये जो वाइट कोट सेरेमनी के लोग बैठे हुए हैं वो BMS फर्स्ट ईयर के हैं, तो ये सेंटेंस मैंने आपके लिए बोला। आगे चलते हैं, रेगुलेशन की बात आती है तो हियर इज द टाइटल कि रेगुलेटरी वैक्यूम्स स्टाल्स ग्रोथ ऑफ इंडिया ओवर द काउंटर ड्रग मार्केट। फाइन, मुझे कहा गया कि आप रसौषधियों के बारे में जो रेगुलेशंस भारत में उपलब्ध हैं उनके बारे में बात करिए। तो एक तो करेला, दूसरे नीम चढ़ा। एक तो आयुर्वेद की रस औषधि, आयुर्वेद की औषधि और ऊपर से रस औषधि, तो बहुत डिफिकल्ट टास्क है ये, क्योंकि आयुर्वेद मेडिसिन, हर्बल मेडिसिन तो लोग मानते हैं, लेकिन जहाँ ही हर्बो मिनरल का पुट लग जाता है ना तो सब कोई बहुत अलर्ट हो जाता है, चाहे कोई भी हो। लेकिन फिर जब बात यहाँ आती है कि रेगुलेटरी वैक्यूम्स, और ये एलोपैथी से संबंधित न्यूज़ है, आयुर्वेद से नहीं, और ये भी इसी नवंबर में आई है। क्या कहते हैं ये कि वैक्यूम है, तो मुझे थोड़ा सा संतोष हुआ कि वैक्यूम खाली हमारे यहाँ ही नहीं है, अभी जो बहुत एस्टैब्लिश्ड एलोपैथिक सिस्टम ऑफ मेडिसिन चल रही है उसके भी रेगुलेशंस में बहुत सारी कमियां हैं जिसके ऊपर की डिस्कशंस जारी हैं। चलिए, आयुर्वेदा ड्रग्स, सिंपली सभी लोग जानते हैं कि आयुर्वेद क्या है, और आयुर्वेदिक मेडिसिन दो रूप में, हर्बल एंड हर्बो मिनरल। अब हर्बल कहना तो आसान था क्योंकि मुझे टाइटल में हर्बो मिनरल मिला था, तो इसीलिए मैंने हर्बो मिनरल की जगह हर्बल, मैं फॉलो करता हूँ जो ऑर्गेनाइजर्स बोलते हैं। इफ टाइटल इज हर्बो मिनरल देन देयर इज हर्बल, बट बी क्लियर, एवरी हर्बल इज नॉट आयुर्वेदिक मेडिसिन, every herbal medicine is not Ayurvedic medicine, and every Ayurvedic medicine is not a herbal medicine. It's very clear in my mind and everyone who is in this field. There is a lot of difference between the Ayurvedic medicines and herbal medicines on the account of regulations. Not only the regulation, from the very beginning, from the selections of the raw material to the authentication to the everything, there is a big difference. So Ayurvedic medicine is not herbal medicine at all, everyone. Right? So with this comment, if I'm coming here, the history of the Ayurveda pharmaceutics, I love to speak about this because it provides me satisfaction. I must say that what the treatment we are getting and we had got in past. आप पहली किताब देखिए कि आयुर्वेद के लिए जिसमें कि भैषज कल्पना के बारे में अलग से स्थान दिया हो, क्या चरक संहिता में है, सुश्रुत संहिता में है, अष्टांग हृदय में है? मुझे ये कहने में हिचकिचाहट हो रही है कि नहीं है। जितना बढ़िया सारंगधर संहिता में है, आप मध्यम खंड में चले जाइए, चैप्टर्स के नाम हमारे डोजेस फॉर्म्स में हैं। तो एक डेडिकेटेड बुक, यानी कि डेडिकेटेड डिसिप्लिन कब आई? अगर आप मान लेते हैं कि 4000 साल 5000 साल पहले, तो हम 13वीं शताब्दी से हमारा अस्तित्व अलग होना शुरू हुआ। हमारी एक किताब आई जिसको कि हम सारंगधर संहिता कहते हैं। बाकी हम छुटपुट सारी बृहत्रयी में थे, हम वेदों में हैं, हम उपनिषद में हैं, हम संहिताओं में हैं, हम कमेंट्रीज में हैं, लेकिन ढंग से हमको कब रिकॉग्नाइज किया गया? 13वीं शताब्दी में। और द्रव्यगुण तो और बाद में आया, भाव प्रकाश निघंटु 16वीं शताब्दी। तो हम दोनों भाई रसशास्त्र और द्रव्य गुण उपेक्षित रहे। मैं साफ साफ कहता हूँ, संहिताओं में भी जब लिखा गया तो, और हम स्वतंत्र भारत की बात करें खाली 75 साल की, और उस पर भी स्पेसिफिकली पिछले 25-30 साल की, तो हमारी कोई सुनवाई नहीं थी। हमारी सुनवाई अभी 5 साल पहले से शुरू हुई है कि रसशास्त्र और द्रव्य गुण के ऊपर एम्फेसिस दीजिए। क्यों अचानक प्यार उमड़ पड़ा नीति नियंताओं का, और चाहे भारत सरकार या किसी का भी। पहले हमारी सबसे कम बजट हमारे डिपार्टमेंट्स का, हमारी कोई पूछ नहीं, हमारे ऊपर कुछ भी नहीं। सबसे ऐसा भ्रम जाल फैलाया गया था कि रसशास्त्र द्रव्य गुण की मेरिट में एडमिशन लेने वाले बाद की ही मेरिट बनती थी। क्यों? और आज क्या हो गया ऐसा? तो आज सबकी समझ में आया कि मॉडर्न मेडिसिन में फार्मेसी अलग से पैरेलल चली, तो एक पैरेलल ब्रांच है फार्मास्यूटिक्स, और उसका डेवलपमेंट इतना ज़्यादा हुआ कि आज वहाँ पर हर मेडिसिन कितना आगे बढ़ी हुई है। प्लांट की मेडिसिन है, IV, IPM, सब कुछ बराबर चल रहा है। ब्रॉकन डाउन ने 1851 में एक टैबलेट बनाई, आज 1 मिनट में 1 लाख टैबलेट बनती है, ±5% वेरिएशन के साथ। हमारा क्या हुआ? वैद्य जी, अभी मैं ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूँगा, कोई 20 ही मिनट में करना है। दादी नानी के नुस्खे के आधार पर ही रही है। अब समझ में आया कि नहीं, ये उपदेशों से आयुर्वेद ग्लोबल नहीं होगा, सत्वाजय चिकित्सा से आयुर्वेद ग्लोबल नहीं होगा। यहाँ आपको औषधि के मानकीकरण की जरूरत है। यू नीड ए स्टैंडर्ड, ए क्वालिटी, सेफ्टी एंड एफिकेशियस मेडिसिन, सो पीपल आर थिंकिंग to grant some fund for the Rasashastra, Bheshaj Kalpana or the Dravya Gun, or for the, in other words, drug research. Otherwise, the whole emphasis is on another side that is known as clinical side. Right? No doubt, nothing is like that I am opposing that. No, I am saying just, I am submitting just. Here are the very 2-3 vice chancellors are sitting. Nurture us. And when I say us, I mean drug development. And drug development is the domain of Rasashastra and the Dravya Gun. Everyone is coming for the drug development. You are picking one formulation from anywhere, I am doing drug development. Forget the departmental boundaries. No, it is not a good practice. Take lesson from where? From the conventional medicine. That is allopathy. Though both branches are running parallel, supplementing to each other. Here if you are depriving Rasashastra and Bheshaj Kalpana and the Dravya Gun, know where you will stand, I may say it. Right? Then next. But दुख दर्द कभी कुछ कम होने लगता है। मैंने कहा पिछले 10 सालों से डायरेक्टर साहब बैठे हुए हैं, कुछ अच्छा काम हो रहा है, कुछ चीज़ें आ रही हैं, इधर ध्यान दिया जा रहा है हम गरीबों पर भी। गरीब विचार से नहीं, खाली धन से। विचार हमारे पास उतने ही अच्छे हैं जो किसी और के विभाग के पास होंगे। एक पहला ही स्पीच में आपने पूरा सुना, PCIM&H क्या कर रही है, कैसे डेवलप कर रही है, और इसके लिए बधाई के पात्र हैं कि काफ़ी कुछ चीज़ें हम लोग कवर कर रहे हैं। दूसरे हमारे फार्माकोपिया का, लेकिन अब आप ये देखिए, कहना चाहिए मुझे, ठीक है, और जितने भी जिनके सामने कहना चाहिए उन्हीं के सामने कह रहा हूँ, क्योंकि आप सब लोग चीफ जस्टिस DY चंद्रचूड़ से कम इंटरफेरेंस नहीं रखते हैं। आप इन्फ्लुएंसर हैं, आप पॉलिसी मेकर्स हैं, जितने भी लोग बैठे हैं यहाँ पे। देखिए, IP का 5th एडिशन आ गया, इंडियन फार्माकोपिया का। एवरी 4-5 ईयर दे आर गिविंग द न्यू एडिशन। हमारी जो API 1961 में छपी थी ना, पहला वॉल्यूम, उसके बाद 2000 से 2010 तक कंटिन्यूसली आई, फिर बीच में 6 साल का गैप रहा, अब फिर शुरू हो रही है। ये लीडरशिप का कमाल होता है। तो सेकंड एडिशन नहीं आया अभी। हमारे फर्स्ट स्पीकर भी जो बोल रहे थे कि कुछ अमेंडमेंट्स निकाले हैं उन्होंने, एडिशन पूरा नहीं आया। वहाँ देखिए 5वां एडिशन आया है। हमारे ड्रग एसेंशियल लिस्ट पर चले जाइए, हमारी एक छपी 2013-14 में वही है जिसकी चर्चा हो रही थी। WHO में जाइए, उनके एडिशन पर एडिशंस आ रहे हैं एसेंशियल ड्रग लिस्ट के। हमें काम करना होगा। और अब OHOS, one herb, one standard, of course, that is a welcome state. And here also NIF, National Innovation Foundation, Ministry of Science Technology is also working in the same direction, and they are taking the help of all those medicinal plants which are not quoted in Ayurveda literature. So, future is bright, I can say, and I do hope for this. Yes. What is the heading? Young man, what is the heading? There is a hype. Hype of Ayurveda pharmaceutics. It is hype when I say Ayurveda pharmaceutics. And it is reality when I say Ayurveda products. And there is a difference between the Ayurveda products and Ayurveda pharmaceutics. Pharmaceutics means a medicinal product. Product means, okay, fine, dietary supplement, food supplement, cosmeceuticals, nutraceuticals, everything. Just our former Union Minister, Dr. Sripad Naik, just inaugurated a program 2 days back, and he put that 10-year progress of the Ministry of Ayush, and he said that in the 2014, there was export of the 2.4 billion, but in the 2014, the business around is 42 billion. This much high growth in the percentile, you just calculate. My math is weak. 2.4 in the 2014 and 42 billion in the 2024. One hype is also going on nowadays since last 10 days. What is that hype? I hope you will answer me. Yes, good. This also hype of the Siddhu mania, all time. So what do you say about this? What do you think about this? He had got a legal notice of the 850 crore rupees by a doctor of the Chhattisgarh, Raipur, that you are misleading to the country people. And fortunately, it's just not it's my appreciation, very humbly I wish to say, Times Now invited me to debate with that doctor, live. And I put my points there. I said, you are saying just 850 crore cost to the Madam Navjot Sidhu. I put on you 50,000 crore rupees because you are leading the people of the India that Ayurveda is a pseudoscience. So you are the first culprit, not we. So such things are going on. Whenever we are trying to establish ourselves, there is a paper. Madam Shah is knowing very well the business of the Robert paper from the Boston University. Every 4 years, there is a paper. 1998, 2004, 2008, 2012, 12, and paper is this day, next day banned by the Canada. Right. So this is the conspiracies going on the name of regulations, on which I'm trying to put some facts before you. So what's the requirement? Where is the answer? We have to keep our quality, safety, efficacy, shelf-life, of course the regulation, manufacturing, marketing, everything at par to the excellence. Then only we can achieve what we are willing. So there is a need of harmony. Ayurveda and the modern pharmaceutics, kindly go through this by your own on account of fundamental doctrines, pharmaceutical principles, tools, technology, solvency, excipients, regulation, and most important is the public perception. If public is with us, yes, many people are coming to us, specifically after COVID, for the treatment of those things which are not available in the other systems of the medicine. People are coming to Ayurveda. But we have to keep all these things in a very, very harmonious balance. We have to apply science with us. We are science, but we have to apply the contemporary tools and technology for our betterment. See here, 2014, we published a paper from Banaras University about the natural excipients, right? And now, see, in the 2024, they are publishing, they means modern pharmaceutics, the second paper, that yes, there is a very much scope for the natural excipients. And we said at that time, yes, in our Aushadhi part Sanyojan, there are the natural excipients. And that paper is really readable, at least. So Ayurveda classical medicine, everyone is knowing, but for you people who are new, Section 3A of the Drug and Cosmetic Act, production is very less nowadays. Manufacturers are having reluctancy to produce the classical medicine because they can't advertise it. There are some prefix, suffix conflict with the government on all this. And share of the market, if the 100 rupees market of the Ayurveda medicine, there is a 90 rupees medicine of the patent and the proprietary, only 10 rupees classical. Nowadays, it is a fact. Back 50 years, it was 50-50. What are the reasons? We have to think about this. See the patent and the proprietary medicines. These are demand of the day, talk of the day. Everyone is producing a good fancy name. Even the Ayurveda Kutakal, where the will is countering that you will not prepare any time patent and the proprietary, but they came into the market of the patent and proprietary with the suffix of the call, the Kutakal base. Here is a good PIB release by the Ministry of Ayush. That is the Ayush industry, what we are doing and what we are thinking about this. If anyone will search it, then certainly this is depicting the whole money business, the recognition business. 24 countries have recognized already Ayurveda as a system of medicine as per this release of the Ministry of Ayush appearing into the Press Information Bureau. There are the 16 chairs all across and many more things, many good things. Business brand and the physician preference is this only patent. Now, regulatory, the Drug and Cosmetic Act, 1940. First thing is coming into the Rajpath, then it is for the public opinion for the 45 days, and then it is notified and implemented. I'm very sorry to say, many of we teachers are not aware when these things regarding the drug regulations are coming into the public domain for the comment. And not only for the drug regulation, if the NCISM Gazette or any amendment or anything is coming into the market for the, in the public, for the public comment, very few people comment or submit any their observations to the government. And when it notified and when implementation is started, हाय राम ये क्यों हुआ, कैसे हुआ, कब हुआ, शुरू हो जाता है. लेकिन जब मौका था तो सब लोग आराम से सोए रहते हैं. तो यहाँ पर जो भी हर्बो मिनरल के लिए ड्रग का रेगुलेशंस है, तो सिर्फ जो है, तो मैं अगली स्लाइड में बताने जा रहा हूँ कि वो क्या है. कास्ट औषधियों के लिए खूब सारे रेगुलेशंस हैं, पूरी सेल काम करती है, लेकिन हर्बो मिनरल को कोई टच नहीं करता. शेड्यूल टी ऑफ द ड्रग रूल्स 1945 में GMP for the GMP for the caste aushadhi was notified into the June 2000, but GMP for the rasaushadhis was notified into the March 2009, and that is the only thing what I am getting specifically for the herbo mineral preparations, and some differentiation into the shelf-life period at the Rule 161B. That is the what should be the shelf-life period for the basma, 5-year or the 10-year for the different basma. Apart from these two things, for the regulations of the herbo mineral formulation, as a student of Rajasthan and the Professor Kalpana, with a very heavy pain, I may say, I submit here, no regulation is existing. Everything is just mixed with the name of the Ayurvedic medicine. So here is AFI, API volume 7 and the volume 10. Really, I was very delighted when I just heard a claim of the director that now 2-3 volumes of the API are up to the WHO standard. It gives me pleasure. Thank you. Congratulations. So, if you see API 1, volume 2, volume 3, volume 4, the standards are those. I may say, because I am from academia, UGC has given me some freeness to criticize the government. I'm applying that. If you see that if you ask any person who was there, वो छप गया है ना, हम भी नहीं follow करते उसको. So if this is the attitude, then God knows where we are going to. Then no legal check and the balance. Yes, I'm going to elaborate it in this next slide. This is the organization responsible for everything of the ministry. When I say for the everything of the ministry, I mean it. Right? Whatever the things, put on the CCRS, and they are doing. And they are doing the drug research too. Of course, website of the CCRS, the new website is very lucrative, very attractive. Same for the Ministry of Ayush. It has been totally changed in the last 2 years. And the working pattern also has changed. I may say it. Yes, working pattern is also changing there, and that is in the favor of the science, that is the Ayurveda. So the publication of the quality control of herbal mineral formulation. Yes, they published total 5 volumes. Out of their 64 publications, list is there. If you see the 43, 44, 45, 46, they have prepared, they published in the 2019 about the 10, 14 publications that Raskalpa, and they did very good work. And one more publication was there by the ministry, that is the by the AIMS Pharmacology, Dr. Mulik, and many more. That is the quality control of the herbal mineral formulations. So there are the good publications on the account of the herbal mineral formulations, but that is just 5 volumes, and the number of the product is 12, 13 only. So here, if we have to work there, the academia acumen, the legal significance, yes, the whole theme of my submission is now, whatsoever work is done by the PCIM&H, whatsoever work is being done by the CCRS, whatsoever the work is done by the different universities all across India, different organizations, including the CSIR laboratories or the DBT laboratories, if no legal mandation to the manufacturers, you have to follow it, as in the case of the IP, no allopathic manufacturer can prepare a single medicine beyond the limits of the IP. But here is the liberty. All the authoritative textbooks of the 54, you may make your drug according to that. That's schedule first. The biggest lacuna, sir, chairperson, sir, is this one. The liberty. There is no legal foundation on any manufacturer. Yes, these are the things which you have to follow. It is not. Manufacturers are not ready to accept the government notification, and government is not ready to notify a single SOP protocol to prepare Rasindur or for the even Tripalachu, because there is a lot of variation. So here is a lacuna, and here is the need of answer by we all. The legality, whatsoever the things PCIM&H or CCRS is publishing, that is having only academic interest, no legal foundation. And that is the point where we have to concentrate. So the role of regulations will start after that. So these are the variations. Due to this only, we are not accepting. We are in our comfort zone. See, manufacturers' houses, their monopoly. I'm not going to count any name of any manufacturing house. Everyone of the authoritative textbooks 54, रसार संग्रह के अनुसार, रसेंद्र योग संग्रह के अनुसार, सर्क संहिता के अनुसार, they are free. No legal action will be taken on that. Whatever the things they are doing. So here, production licensing procedure, not to talk, better not to talk about this. Marketing factor, we should learn marketing from Patanjali. Then prescription outstanding principle, no principle of anything. We are going freehand, prescribe anything. Dispensing counter doctrines is not. No qualification is required to dispense Samir Pannag Ras. Whatsoever is given, anything is given, iske 40 bhag kar lena, iske 30 bhag kar lena, khao. But it is a very good news. I got 10 days back that ministry is thinking to amend the rules and regulations to issue shop for the opening of the Ayurvedic shop to sell Ayurvedic medicines. See, this is the just 3 days back news item written by Dr. G.L. Krishna. Some elite people are here, they are knowing him. And he wrote into the wire, and what he is saying, the challenges of the modernizing Ayurveda. I request everyone, please go through this write-up, just 3-4 minutes read by the Dr. G.L. Krishna. He is challenging the notification of NCISM of the super specialty. He is challenging the notification of the NCISM of the syllabi that they are not doing good. So it is debatable, appearing in the wire 3 days back only. So here answer is just bridge the tradition with the technology. Yes, go for these are herbal pharmacopoeia of the all across world. We also need same thing for the minerals. On the name of minerals, what we are getting? Only the geological findings, the values of the medicinal geology, some findings of the metallurgy, nothing like this, that this is the metallic pharmacopoeia as the herbal pharmacopoeia all across the world. They tried to use the mineral and metals as a medicine. Everyone, Europe, America, everyone. In the 1826, you see the American Defense Library uses and the disabuses of the mercury. But they failed. We passed because our acharyas discovered Sodhan Sanskar. And we converted all these minerals and metals into the form of a medicine, that is the bhas. See, this is the future. Every faculty, whosoever is here, I invite your attention. Humbly I invite your attention. Read this 34-page document only, the strategic policy of the WHO from 2024 to the 2035. This is going to decide your future too, the BMS first year. Please be aware about this. Yes, when I talk about the global WHO, I put this, my own editorial note. I wrote just when, it is just a coincidence, fortunate, I am enough fortunate that I am quoting this before the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the NIEDU Jaipur, Professor Sanjeev Sharma ji. He instructed me, आनंद जी एडिटोरियल नोट लिखना है, मतलब समझते हैं ना, जरा इसको लिखिए. So I wrote it about the global gateway, and if you click it, you will get many more gateways how Ayurveda may be global on every account. So this is the game changer. Of course, everyone is knowing. If you are not knowing, get a click it, and the addition of the traditional module 2 with the Chinese medicine. And Ministry of Ayush must be congratulated for this. The CCRS must be congratulated, and all the team of the experts who prepared this ICD-11. And the same thing has been quoted by our Honorable Secretary on 30th November in the Malaysia in a conference of the traditional medicine, that of course we are leading for the digitalization of the Ayurveda medicines, and with the help of this traditional TM2 ICD-11. And this Ayurgyan scheme, everything is going very well. So, Ayush Ministry to amend DC rules to regulate retail outlets of the ASU drugs. ये जिस दिन हो जाएगा, आधी लड़ाई खत्म. ये संयोग की बात है, यही जगह थी, ये हॉल नहीं था. 2009 में मैं यहाँ आया था, प्रोफेसर बनवारी लाल गौड़ सर वाइस चांसलर थे, और एक RAV की वर्कशॉप थी. द देन डायरेक्टर, मैं नाम नहीं लूँगा, बहुत सर हॉट डिस्कशन हो गया था उनसे मेरा. क्यों, आप 2009 से जोड़ लीजिए कि कौन था. वो कह रहे थे कि आयुर्वेदीय शॉप खोलने के लिए लाइसेंस की ज़रूरत है जैसे मॉडर्न मेडिसिन की. मैं कह रहा था नहीं है, कोई भी खोल सकता है. आयुर्वेदिक ड्रग मैन्युफैक्चरिंग करने के लिए लाइसेंस की ज़रूरत है. आयुर्वेद की दवा बेचने की दुकान खोलने के लिए लाइसेंस आज तक नहीं बना, अब वो बनने जा रहा है. 2009 में ही सर यहाँ एक बड़ी हॉट डिस्कशन हुई थी, जब कोई बिल्डिंग नहीं थी, टेंट कनात में हम लोग सेमिनार किए थे. तो ये जो दूसरा दिख रहा है पिक्चर, ये भी बहुत ही कोइंसिडेंस है. प्रोफेसर एस सावरकर सर बैठे हुए हैं, और ये अभी पिछले महीने वहाँ पर थे. इंटरनेशनल हर्बल फार्माकोपिया, डोंट कंफ्यूज विद द ट्रेडिशनल मेडिसिन, राइट. He was selected on his merit, WHO invited him. So people are talking about the herbal pharmacopoeia. No one is talking about the herbo-mineral pharmacopoeia. India has to take lead for the uh, International Herbo-Mineral Pharmacopoeia. First, we should come to the National Herbo-Mineral Pharmacopoeia. Then certainly a day will come when we will see the light with the International Herbo-Mineral Pharmacopoeia. I hope Vice Chancellor Professor P.K. Prajapati we will work in this direction. And now finally the conclusion, the quality control of the herbo-mineral drugs may be achieved by bridging between tradition and technology, innovation. This is the only answer we have if we want to survive globally. And that too also with the WHO and EU GMP. Finally, I am very much thankful to the Professor P.K. Prajapati ji, Professor Govind Shukla ji, the chairperson Professor Sanjeev Sharma ji, all learned you people, and Dr. Manisha Goyal. See here, see, this is the one picture of the rascal about the Tamravas, published by the CCRS. In the same way, they have published 5 volumes available. Every department of research, research Kalpana must have these 5 volumes. Okay? And that is the notification of the 1st December, 56th Foundation Day of the CCRS at the Vigyan Bhavan. The only conclusion is there, research, research, research. And see here, this picture is of the 2nd December from where I work, that is the Sri Rasheshwar Mahadev, where fortunately Professor P.K. Prajapati was there to accomplish an academic task. Thank you everyone for listening. I think session is already very much fast, not late. So, if I think there is no question, if there is any question, I would like to discuss all that with the luncheon or the dinner anywhere. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the audience? So, thank you very much, sir, for a logical argument and elocution. Now, may I request Dr. Prashant Sarkar, sir, to kindly address his talk on conquering disintegration hazard to Guglu products by using natural disintegrants.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all. Respected dignitaries on and off the dais and my dear students. Although the title contains the words like Guglu preparation, disintegration time, but I shall give emphasis on the use of natural additives actually. We claim that the products natural. Yes, it is true because the ingredients generally required from the natural source. But we mix the synthetic additives to prepare the formulation, like the DCP starch for as disintegrants, the parabens as preservative. We, by knowing the adverse effect that paraben may cause carcinogen. So, in this particular lecture, I'd like to give emphasis on use of the natural additives. And not only that, standardization. In last 2-3 decades, almost all the seminars on the this Ayurvedic drug on the standardization. But what is the present status? Just giving one example, I'll show what is the status of the standardization of Ayurvedic medicine, particularly in the market. So let me start. This is the main problem of the Guglu products. It's a prolonged disintegration time. Why? Because it contains more Guglu content, and Guglu contains up to 75 to 80% gum. And gum, when comes in contact with moisture, it imparts so much binding capacity. That's why the binding capacity becomes more, and the disintegration time become more for this Guglu content. And in our text, 2 different methods are mentioned for preparation of this Guglu preparation. One is Kurjat Banhi Siddhena Kochit Guguluna Motim means the Gugulu preparation. Those are prepared by mixing with water, that is called Gugulu Pak. Then other ingredients are mixed and finally the pills are prepared by rolling. Another is that is called Kuttan method. Actually one specific term is came in Sharangadhar Sangita, particularly in context for the Gugulu preparation, that is Kuttayat. And this Kuttan is Patnam pounding. And in this particular method, Gugulu along with other ingredients are mixed. Then the hot water or hot ghee is mixed. Then it is pounded to make mass, and from the mass, the Gugulu pills are being prepared. And regarding this prolonged disintegration time, so many works were carried out, and the results are actually misleading. Some works concluded that the Pak method, but most of the methods concluded that the Kuttar method, that is pounding method, is better when the disintegration time is concerned. And some other studies concluded that some disintegrant like talc, it may decrease the disintegration time for this Gugulu preparation. Coming to natural additives, here actually I have taken natural disintegration as natural additives for preparation of this Gugulu preparation. These natural additives, particularly this natural disintegration disintegrant, these are called super disintegrant. Why? Because these can break the tablets or pill faster than the usual synthetic disintegrants. And these are the sources, that is the psyllium husk, means isabgol husk, fenugreek powder, banana powder, guar gum, locust bean gum. Actually, the mucilages, these are separated from this product. How? Actually, mucilages, those are insoluble in water. So, these products, these are boiled with water. After that, the mucilages, these are precipitated by using acetone. And then it is made into powder form. Those are mixed with the tablets. And then when it comes in contact with the moisture, it swells up and disintegrates the product. So this is the mechanism. But for this study, we use green banana powder and isabgol husk in powder form, because we want to add the medicinal properties of this product in the final product actually. And these are easily available without means devoid of any adverse effect, and those are completely non-irritant. These are the objectives. Here we take Trifola Gugulu as a representative of Gugulu preparation because it contains less ingredients and more Gugulu content. And here as natural disintegrant we use two. One is banana powder, another is psyllium husk powder. And we also compare the disintegration time of the prepared Gugulu pills and tablets along with the available Gugulu products in the market. These are the materials. We know the content of the Trifola Gugulu: 5 parts Shuddha Gugulu, 3 parts Trifola, and 1 part Pipali. And the natural disintegrant, that is the banana powder and psyllium husk powder, those are added 1 part. Actually, it is calculated as almost 10% to the prepared final product. These are the various methods. First, we do the Gugulu Shodhan, then preparation of Gugulu pills by with or without adding the disintegrant by 2 methods, Gugulu Pak method as well as Kuttan method. We have also prepared the Gugulu tablets, and finally we do the analysis, that is the hardness, disintegration time, as well as the uniformity of weight. Gugulu Shodhan. We want to standardize the method. That's why we adopted 2 different method and 2 different media. One is Trifola Quat, another is Gomutra, cow urine. In first method, we boil the Gugulu with the media for 40 minutes, and then we strain. After that, it is allowed for drying. And in second method, we soak the Gugulu with the liquid media overnight, and next day it is boiled only for 15 minutes, then it is strained, and then it is allowed to dry. And this is the result. In the first method, in case of when the Trifola Kat is used, the weight is increased slightly. That is only 3 gram in average. But in the second method, the weight is increased up to 27 gram. In case of urine, the weight is decreased 80 grams in average, means 40% in average in case of first method, that is instant boiling. But in case of second method, there is average only just 25 to 30 gram loss. And the increase in case of the Tifola Gugulu batch, because of the high solid content in Tifola, that is up to 12%. This is the preparation of Gugulu pills by Pak method. Here the Gugulu powder, it is mixed with double in quantity of water, then it is boiled up to 5 minutes at 100 degrees centigrade. Then the other drugs, means the Tifola, Pipali, with or without the disintegrants, the powder are mixed. Those are mixed with the semi-solid Gugulu, and finally pills are prepared by manual rolling. Then the prepared pills, those are dried at 50 degrees centigrade. And this is the result of the disintegration time. See, in the in the first three batches, the first one is without adding any disintegrant, the second one with banana, and the third one with psyllium husk. Likewise, the next three, those are with the urine treated Gugulu. See, there is no much difference when you use the disintegrant, particularly in Pak method. In case of the psyllium husk, it is found the disintegration time that is more than 6 hours. This is because the psyllium powder, when it comes in contact with water, it swelled up and it's actually filled the pores of the sieve. That's why the products, it is difficult to come out during the disintegration time. That's why it is found more. This is the Tifola Gugulu pills preparation by Cookton method. Here, first all the ingredients, the Gugulu powder along with the other powders with or without disintegrant, those are taken in the mortar. Then pounding is done with hot water for only 5 minutes. After that, from the prepared mass, pills are prepared by manual rolling, and then the pills are dried at 50 degrees centigrade temperature. After that, the disintegration time, it is evaluated. See the result. Here, the better result is found when the urine treated Gugulu is used. And see, here, in case of banana, when it is used as disintegrant, the disintegration time, it is came to only 1 hour. In other cases, it is almost more than 2 hours, actually 2 to 3 hours. Coming to preparation of Gugulu tablets, here the Gugulu mass, those are prepared by both Pak method as well as by Cookton method, and with or without disintegrant. Here no binding agent is used. And then the granules are prepared in granulator. After that, the pills of 250 milligram are prepared in a single punch tablet compression machine. Here each tablet, it was almost 250 milligram. And then this is the result of the disintegration time. See, there is improved disintegration time, particularly in the tablet dosage form. It is almost 1 hour, that is 60 minutes. But when you use banana powder as disintegrant, then it came to 44 minutes when the Gugulu tablets are prepared by using Tifola Kat, Shodhit Gugulu, and it becomes only 35 minutes when you use the urine treated Gugulu. And as I told that I will give one example that what is the status of standardization of the product in the market. Here we have collected 5 samples of Tifola Gugulu from the market, and in the 5 samples, 4 were pills, 4 were tablets, and 1 was pill. We have go through the uniformity of weight test, hardness, and disintegration time. See the result of the uniformity of weight test. Here we found one Gugulu tablet that is of 700 milligram, the average weight. In another 2 cases, it is 400 milligram in average. In another 2 cases, it is almost 250 milligram in average. So see, as physician, we generally prescribe 2 Gugulu pills or tablets 3 to 4 times a day. So in that case, one patient may get 1.5 gram Gugulu, another patient may get 4.5 gram Gugulu per day. So in this case, there may be under medication or over medication. So this is the situation of standardization of Ayurvedic product in the market. See the hardness. We generally take 5 kg per centimeter square as standard hardness, but see here in two samples it is only just 1.5 kg per centimeter square. See the disintegration time also. In two batches it is below 5 minutes. Means when we just give when we started the machine, immediately it comes out from the chambers. So this is the situation of the Ayurvedic products in the market. And this is some of my suggestions that the specific standards for Ayurvedic products should lay down. We generally nowadays consider the standards which are given in Ayurveda, Indian Pharmacopoeia as standard for Ayurvedic product also, but it should not be. The standards for Ayurvedic products may be completely different. It may be particularly 30 minutes for Google products like that. And particularly in Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia of India, when we give the different standards, dose is also mentioned, like for powder it is 3 to 6 gram per day. For tablet it is 1 to 2 gram. But it should be per tablet or per pills dose should be there. Like in our text it is mentioned that gunja matra batika krita. Likewise, there must be that for ghanabati it may be 250 milligram, for gugulubati it may be 500 milligram, like that. And in drug and cosmetic rule, there must be stringent rule that all the manufacturers should uniformly follow what mentioned in the Ayurvedic formulary or Ayurvedic Pharmacopoeia in India. So such type of rules should be there for standardization of Ayurvedic drugs, as I think. And these are the conclusions from my study, that the Tifolakat should be considered better media when the yield is concerned, and urine should be considered as better media when the disintegration time of the Google product is concerned. And both the banana powder as well as psyllium husk powder are effective as natural disintegrant, particularly for the Google preparation. But in this case, the banana powder is found to be better, and my suggestion is banana powder may be used as natural disintegrant in Ayurvedic product, particularly in Ayurvedic tablets. This is some recommendation that tablets may be preferred over pills, specifically for the Google preparation. The synthetic additives may be replaced with additives from the natural sources, and the natural disintegrant like banana powder can be used as ingredient in the Ayurvedic tablets. These are some scopes, particularly for these natural additives. Nowadays, we mostly use the synthetic additives like DCP, dicalcium phosphates, and starch and others as disintegrant agents, the coloring agents, thickening agents, mostly the synthetic products. And in case of Ayurvedic cosmetic also, you use the artificial colorants, foaming agent, preservatives. All these ingredients we can replace by the natural products. So these are the scopes. This is just the initial phase of our study. In the next phase, we are now preparing 4 types of Ayurvedic pills, like the Ghanabati, Gugulbati, Bhesajabati and Rasabati, by adding this natural disintegrant. And we have collected 30 Ayurvedic products from the market for analysis to see what is the particular status of standardization of the Ayurvedic products in the market. So I'm thankful to the organizer for calling me to share my view with you, and thank you all for listening. So thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your expert comment. Now to acknowledge their, sir, we are having a question.
बनाना और इसबगोल भूसी का एक्सिपेंट्स के रूप में डालने का क्या आधार है? रूल 161 ऑलरेडी अलग से एडमिसेबल हैं, परमिसेबल हैं, और ऑलरेडी त्रिफला गुगुलो का स्टैंडर्ड फार्माकोपिया में है और उसका अलग से पूरा मेथड है. तो अपन ने क्या त्रिफला गुगुलो का API के अनुसार टेस्ट किया है? दूसरा, जो एडिटिव्स डाले हैं उसका क्या आधार है? तीसरा, रूल 169 में ऑलरेडी एक्सिपेंट्स अलाउ हैं, फिर उनको कैसे डाला गया है?
थैंक यू सर फॉर द क्वेश्चन. यही तो बदलना चाहते हैं सर. हम जो सिंथेटिक प्रोडक्ट, सिंथेटिक जो एडिटिव्स हमें मेंशन किया है कि वी कैन यूज़, हम वो बदलना चाहते हैं, बिकॉज वी नो द पैराबेन्स मे हैव मीन्स द सिंथेटिक एडिटिव्स मे हैव सम एडवर्स इफेक्ट, सो दैट्स व्हाई वी वांट टू रिप्लेस दो सिंथेटिक एडिटिव्स बाय द नेचुरल एडिटिव्स.
या जो बना रहा है उसकी लापरवाही है ना, रूल्स के अनुसार उसको ये नहीं करना चाहिए. त्रिफला गुगुलू को ऑलरेडी AFI में और API में स्टैंडर्ड से आयुर्वेद 60 स्टैंडर्ड में त्रिफला गुगुलू बनाने का पूरा डिटेल मेथड दिया हुआ है. हर ईच एंड एवरी मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को उसके नियम के अनुसार बनाना अनिवार्य है. तो इसलिए वो तो मैन्युफैक्चरर, किसी मैन्युफैक्चरर विशेष की लापरवाही से, गलती से, या आपके रिसर्च में जो प्रोडक्ट बनाया है, आपने स्वयं ने बनाया, मार्केट से लिया है, तो उसका जो आधार है उसमें स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन ऑलरेडी किया हुआ है. एक्सिपिएंट्स का स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन ऑलरेडी किया हुआ है, फॉर्मुलेशन का स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन ऑलरेडी किया हुआ है, और सीलियम और बनाना डालने का कहीं विधान, बेसिक विधान नहीं है.
या वी नो दैट सर, ये सब स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन किया गया है, तब भी सर मार्केट का हालत क्या है ये मैंने दिखाया सर आपको. ये हालत सुधारने के लिए सर ये सुझाव है. All are theirs for years, sir. But what is the situation in the present market? I have shown you.
So Mani sir, I think his idea is just to enhance the disintegration of Gugulu. I think you are just giving your idea.
Yeah.
He's just putting his idea that what should be done. Yeah, you are right that what has been mentioned there in the guidelines and all, but that already he agrees. But he is just trying to add something that if it can be done, then that will be better. I think.
Yeah, that will be better. Yeah.
So he is giving a new idea. However, that idea should be tested and that should be validated. That is the next thing. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Any other question? Sir.
I understand, sir. Just कुछ मेरा ओपिनियन ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, जस्ट मेरा एक्सपीरियंस. कुछ काम हमने किया था लॉन्ग बैक, मे बी समवेयर इन 1991 अंडर बी. Three theses are produced on this Trifla Gugul itself. One was antibacterial effect and two pieces were on Shodhana Gugul and disintegration time. We already tested that. So it was found that if you process the Gugulu with simple water, Gugul Shodhana आप केवल पानी में करते हैं, कोई यूज़ करना ज़रूरत नहीं है, यानी त्रिफला को या ऐसा कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है. और सिंपल त्रिफला गोल में पिपली पाउडर और ये जो त्रिफला चूर्ण है उसको मिक्स करो और फिर उसको टैबलेट बनाइए. हमने टैबलेट बनाई थी प्रेशर मशीन से, डायरेक्ट कंप्रेशन मेथड से. तो डिसिंटीग्रेशन टाइम वाज बिलो 20 मिनट्स विदाउट एडिशन ऑफ एनी डिसिंटीग्रेटर, विदाउट एडिशन ऑफ एनी नेचुरल डिसिंटीग्रेटर. नो नीड टू ऐड डिसिंटीग्रेटर. द ओनली एक वन मोर आई विल ऐड. आपको पता है, होना चाहिए पता. आई एम सॉरी आई शुड नॉट आस्क यू, यू आर एक्सपर्ट, बट संहिता ग्रंथों में आप अगर ये भूल जाइए, भाव प्रकाश निघंटु, शारंगधर संहिता, ये भैषजरत्ता विसार है. मैं तो खुद इस मानने वाले में हूँ कि संहिता, चरक संहिता, सुश्रुत संहिता, इनको के आगे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा अष्टांग हृदय तक, उसके आगे जो भी ग्रंथ है उसको मैं विथ ए पिंच ऑफ सॉल्ट हमेशा देखता हूँ. ये सारे कॉकटेल्स बनाए हुए हैं. ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा उसको अगर संहिता के प्रिंसिपल के अगेंस्ट कुछ है तो मैं उनको मानता नहीं हूँ अनलेस आई टेस्ट इट. दैट इज द फैक्ट. ये गूगल के बारे में इसमें बता दो आपको. अगर आप देखिए तीनों ग्रंथों में, चरक संहिता, सुश्रुत संहिता, अष्टांग संहिता, गूगल पिल्स का, गूगल वटी का कहीं उल्लेख है क्या? आप बताइए मुझे, कोई भी उठाकर बताइए कि गूगल पिल्स, गूगल बनाने का. बाकी वटियाँ हैं, बहुत सारी वटियाँ हैं, मगर गूगल वटी, गूगल कल्प है क्या? कुछ भी नहीं. क्यों? क्योंकि मालूम था कि गूगल के पाक बनाकर वटी बनाएंगे तो उसका डिस्टिलेशन ठीक से नहीं होगा. उन्होंने कहा है गूगल चूर्ण को आप क्वाथ में मिलाकर पीजिए. पिबेत कहा है, गुगुलम पिबेत कहा है. आप सारे अष्टांग संग्रह का आखिरी जो अध्याय है, रसायन अध्याय है, उसमें आप सारे कल्प देखिए. आगे जाकर उन्हीं कल्पों का वो जो सभी तक पिबेत कहा है, उनके ही आगे कल्प बने हैं गूगल कल्प आगे के लोगों ने, और वो उन्होंने टैबलेट बनाई, वटी बनाई। तो मेरा समझना ये है कि गूगल का टैबलेट नहीं बनानी चाहिए, अगर बनानी है तो गूगल का पाउडर बनाइए, इस प्रकार से मात्रा में कीजिए। और दैट वाज द ओनली एडिशन, आई डोंट वांट टू क्रिटिसाइज एनीबॉडी। थैंक यू।
Google Kalp, I think they have mentioned.
Thank you, sir. Sir, considering the time constraint, let us felicitate our keynote speakers of the day. And to acknowledge their contribution for today's conference, may I request Chairperson Professor Sanjeev Kumar Sharma, sir, to kindly hand over mementos and certificates to keynote speakers. Dr. Subrata Dey, sir.
Sir, this is my good luck that Subrata Dey sir has been my teacher, and I owe my before you, sir. Thank you. And it's my privilege to offer a memento and certificate.
Professor Anand Chaudhary, sir. Dr. Prashant Sarkar. May I now request Chairperson of session, Professor Sanjeev Kumar Sharma, sir, to kindly extend expert comments. So you can shorten it.
Good evening, everyone. Esteemed expert speakers, Dr. Dey, Professor Anand Chaudhary ji, Dr. Sarkar, and co-chair of the session, all esteemed stalwarts of Ayurveda, particularly of the Shastra field. I will not name everyone, otherwise it will take a lot of time, but all are equal to my gurus and experts. And dear students, this was really a wonderful session. And in fact, we are talking about the second aspect of Chatushpad, that is Bheshaj. And the importance of Bheshaj, we all understand that what kind of the requirements from the drug are there. And there are lot of issues so far as drugs are concerned. Many a times the clinicians, they are not confident about the drug, what they are actually prescribing and what the patient is getting, and what the patient is getting, what the status of that drug is. That is a big question. And at the same time, the patient is also not very much confident in general about the Ayurveda drugs. He also very much scared about most of the times about the Ayurveda drugs. And scientific community is also very much apprehensive about the Ayurveda drugs. They have accepted the yoga because that is the non-pharmacological therapy. But when we talk about herbal drugs, herbo-mineral drugs or mineral drugs, then everybody takes it otherwise, particularly in scientific community. I'm not talking about other countries, but even within the India, there is strong resentment. Just 3 days back, I was there in a very big scientific conglomeration that is IISF, India International Science Festival at Guwahati, and I was chairing one session. And there was one very fantastic talk from Dr. Jyoti Prakash, Professor Jyoti Prakash Tamang, if you might have heard about. He's working on, he's the acting Vice Chancellor of Sikkim University, and he is working on Ayurveda foods and Ayurveda Ahar. He's not from Ayurveda. and particularly fermented foods and drugs. And what a fantastic talk he delivered there. And I was really mesmerized. And I will request you, everyone, that please go through his work. And that kind of culture we need to develop. I am not commenting on the topics they deliberated, because every topic was so excellent. But what the people now are doing in the field or in various other systems, they are also doing very good job. And we should try to adopt that kind of culture, and we have to adopt that kind of scientific acumen, so that people and whole of the world, they should accept our this system as a whole, and our drugs and our even food. Food is also a bare area where we need to work more. But I was surprised by the work which Professor Tamang has done, and he has published 8 books, or more than 8 books perhaps, and a new book is coming on, and he is working on such kind of foods. Now, the AI has also come. And again, in the same session, there were many talks about the AI, how AI can identify, or how AI can help in the standardization of Ayurveda drugs. That is also an area about which we should think. The main problem is, what the problem today we are facing, and somebody was saying that since last 70 years, we are almost 75 years, we are discussing about the standardization of the drugs, standardization of the drugs, but still we are not able to get the success. What is the reason behind? The reason behind is that what kind of the training to our students we are giving, what kind of culture we are developing, or what kind of culture is there in our educational institutions. We need to enhance the culture of the education, culture of science, and science mindset is required to be set in the minds of the students, so that they can understand the real problems, real practical problems of the world, and they can really deliver for the benefit of the society. So what the talks they have delivered, a lot of points were there, very valuable points were there, but due to the lack of time, for the interest of the time, I am not commenting on those, but really excellent talks were there. Anandji, Desab, and Sarkarji, excellent talks were there, and a very informative session was there. And I am thankful to Prajapati and his whole team, this university and college, for organizing this kind of seminar, and conceiving very good topic for the discussion, which is the requirement of the day. So thank you very much. Thanks all.
Thank you very much, sir. Now may I request organizing chairman Shukla sir to kindly present memento and certificate to chairperson and co-chairperson. Memento to co-chairperson and chairperson. May I also request Honorable Vice Chancellor Prajapati sir to present memento to chairperson. With this, I call upon Dais co-chairperson to extend vote of thanks.
At the outset of day 1, Aushadha Manakam, with the August gathering, the futuristic doctors, learned scholars, researchers going to be of the students and the construction of this studentship with the leadership of Rajas, the king, the two kings who are sitting here, Dr. Prajapati ji from Jodhpur and Dr. Sanjeev Sharma ji from Jaipur. Rajasthan would be the futuristic model of Ayurveda education into the prosperity of growing into the global, into the one nation and one health. I wish you all success for the development of this wonderful science to be headed by the right leaders into the right perspective of understanding the significance of the holistic approach of Ayurveda to benefit one and all into the Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. I thank you from my heartfelt greetings to all. Thank you one and all. Jai Dhanvantari. Namaste.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, the dais dignitaries, for being with us for this incredible session. With this, as we are being here since morning, sitting idle, so it's time for us also to get rejuvenate. So after 10 minutes, we will be starting our cultural eve to energize all the delegates and esteemed dignitaries who are presenting here. So we will meet again at 6:30 for the cultural eve of this day.